Chapter 341. Come. Su Ming remained calm before the middle-aged berserker in the berserker soul realm and wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing towards him. I am Su Ming from Freezing Sky Clan. Freezing Sky Clan. The middle-aged man gave Su Ming another scrutinizing look. The chances of the people from Freezing Sky Clan being here aren't high. They're all fighting outside the city in the land of the shamans, he said languidly, staring at Su Ming. His slow speech and stare instantly turned into an invisible wave of pressure that fell upon Su Ming's body. The other 6 people who were asked to stay and were all standing beside Su Ming were all soaked in blood. However, most of that blood belonged to the shamans. Among these 6 people, the eldest was about 60 with flecks of white mixed in black hair, and the youngest was around 30. Everyone's eyes were burning brightly. These 6 people had demonstrated that they were all outstanding fighters during the small-scale battle just now. They had killed an incredible amount of shamans and were all scattered in different locations of the battlefield, catching the attention of those in their respective areas. Their blood-soaked appearances were the best proof of just how much they loved fighting. Among these 6 people was a woman. She had 3 scars that looked like a claw mark on her face, making it seem as if her face had been torn apart, which also caused the scars to be even more prominent. She stood at the end of the line with an indifferent look, as if she did not want to get into too much contact with the others. I had to leave halfway through because of something. Now I have come back, Su Ming said calmly, looking at the middle-aged man. The pressure brought by the other's berserker soul realm was incredibly great, but since Su Ming was being honest and hadn't done anything that would make him feel guilty, there was not a hint of emotion in his voice when he gave his reply. How many shamans did you kill? The middle-aged man asked languidly. Su Ming did not answer. Instead, he put his right hand into his bosom and brought out a storage bag. Once he did so, he waved his arm to the side, and instantly, dozens of heads flew out from within the bag. They floated in the air, and a gory atmosphere filled the place. Each of the heads had the expressions of the shamans before their death. All right, even if you're a deserter from Freezing Sky Clan, you've proved your worth here. From now on, you are one of the berserkers of Sky Mist City. The middle-aged man's gaze landed on the head of the only spirit medium who had died before he could kill him among the large amount of heads, and he smiled towards Su Ming. There are some among the 7 of you from Freezing Sky Clan, and some from Western Sea Clan. The rest of you are all warriors of Sky Mist City. Now, I don't care where you came from, the 7 of you will become my followers and guards. Come with me and we'll murder our way into the land of the shamans. The middle-aged man swept his gaze across the 7 people. When he spoke of Freezing Sky Clan, he had looked towards Su Ming, and when he spoke of Western Sea Clan, he had looked towards the woman whose face was ruined. My name is Shan Hua, and I am one of the great soul generals of Freezing Sky Clan. Until I die, follow me. As the middle-aged man spoke, the 5 cracks in the sky above the Sky Mist City located in the land of the shamans let out huge booming sounds. Dark light shone from within, and it looked as if it was about to open at any moment. It was the same for the 2 cracks located in the land of the berserkers. A large amount of berserkers were closing in on the cracks. Come with me. Shan Hua lifted his head and looked in the direction of the land of the shamans. With one move, distorted ripples immediately appeared under his feet. He charged towards the spot where he was looking. Behind him, the 7 people including Su Ming flew out almost simultaneously. The 7 of them followed behind Shan Hua, and all of them turned into 8 long arcs that sliced through the sky and crossed over the majestic Sky Mist City. With Shan Hua right in front, all the invisible barriers within Sky Mist City were lifted beforehand, allowing the crowd to arrive in the sky belonging to the shamans without stopping once. The instant they crossed over the majestic Sky Mist City, a gust of bloody wind wafted into their noses, as if the places within and beyond the city were 2 different worlds. This place belonged to the shamans, and that bloody wind had turned into an indescribable oppressive feeling that could make people's hearts race uncontrollably while also making their blood boil. It felt that if they did not react in this manner, they would not be able to withstand this oppressive feeling brought onto them. In the most straightforward manner, the sounds of battle turned into sounds of impact that fell into their ears. Compared to the others, who were already used to this sound, this was the first time Su Ming had joined the battle in the land of the shamans. The shrill cries, furious roars, and that bloody stench made it difficult for him to calm down. "This is a game, Brother Su." Shanhua moved before them while Su Ming and the other 6 followed behind him. They leapt forward in the face of that oppressive pressure while having to smell that bloody stench in the air. To Su Ming's right was the young man who looked to be in his 30s. That young man's hair was messy, but his eyes were bright. There was even a hint of excitement within them. "This is a game where we see who is the winner in the end." The young man licked his lips and smiled at Su Ming. This was a battlefield that contained more than tens of thousands of people. The sky was filled with a large amount of people and beasts fighting against each other. There were shamans, berserkers, and ferocious beasts among them. The 8 of them crossing over the land of the shamans was nothing worthy of attention. "We'll rush to the 3rd crack. Your first mission is to catch up to me." Shanhua's voice came from before them, and he increased his speed. In the span of a breath, he was already 1,000 feet away from them. Su Ming and the other 6 charged after him, but when they were less than several thousands of feet into the battlefield, a huge gust of wind instantly came from before them. That wind came from about 100 ferocious beasts with huge wings. Shamans were standing on their backs. All of these shamans had totems on their faces that exuded a bizarre feeling as if blood was boiling in their veins. These shamans were mere ants to Shanhua. He did not even bother dodging. With one charge, he immediately caused dozens of these giant-winged ferocious beasts to burst, booming sounds following after him. The shamans on them were also ripped to shreds. This lasted only for an instant. The 7 could not even see how Shanhua attacked clearly, they could only see him breaking through without even slowing down, blood raining down around him. Yet Su Ming and the other 6 could not do this as easily as Shanhua did. A small portion of the ferocious beasts might have died, but there were dozens of them left. After splitting apart temporarily, they swiftly flocked together before rushing towards Su Ming and the other 6. "What I need are warriors who will keep following me." Shanhua did not turn his head back, neither did he stop, but his voice still landed in their ears. Almost the instant his voice rang in their ears, sounds of battle rose thunderously in the air. The dozens of ferocious beasts charged towards them with roars filled with a murderous aura brimming with arrogance. A dozen of the shamans standing on them also leapt down, cracking sounds coming from their bodies. They instantly swelled up and their veins popped up, making it seem as if their blood was raging within them. Red appeared in Su Ming's right eye. Almost the moment the shamans and those ferocious beasts came to stop them, he took a step and charged forward at a speed so fast it would be difficult to describe. In an instant, he had already disappeared from his original spot, and when he reappeared, he was already 2,000 feet away. When he appeared once again, blood flowed out of Su Ming's mouth. There were 5 shamans in the invisible path he had just dashed through. At that moment, their bodies exploded into smithereens. Their death was caused by Su Ming ramming his body into them under that high speed, while he himself was protected by his defenses. Su Ming did not stop. When he appeared, he charged once again towards Shanhua, who was rushing into the distance. Almost at the same moment he used that high speed to catch up to Shanhua. Only 3 of the 6 behind him used other methods to break free from being surrounded and attacked by that group of shamans. Once they broke free, they chased after Shanhua behind Su Ming. Yet before they could even take 10 breaths, when Shanhua once again broke free of the group of shamans flanking him, another one of their group of 4 did not manage to break free from the shamans and chase after Shanhua. At that moment, only Su Ming, the woman whose face was ruined, and another middle-aged man who looked rather plain when he was among them remained behind Shanhua. Their breathing had become ragged as they charged forward. Clearly, following him in this manner was not an easy task for them. By that time, Shanhua had already rushed into the center of the battlefield. Not too far from him was the 3rd crack. Currently, that crack was expanding non-stop and a large amount of shadows could be seen flashing within. There were faint and muffled roars as well. If there had been no obstacles between them and the crack, Su Ming and the rest would have arrived much sooner, but that was not the reality of the situation. 4 ferocious creatures about 1,000 feet in size were charging rapidly towards them from the direction of the crack. A glint appeared in Shanhua's eyes. With one step, he disappeared from in front of one of these creatures, and when he reappeared, he was already behind it. That ferocious beast froze for a moment, and then its body started rapidly withering away. The shaman standing on it was also taken aback for a moment before his eyes lost their lively spark and he fell to the ground. Su Ming's pupils shrank. On the way here, he had seen Shanhua attack several times, but each time, he would use a method that made it hard for Su Ming to discern clearly what he did. Besides the word bizarre, it would be difficult to find any other word to describe what he saw. With one flash, Shanhua became increasingly closer to the crack. As for Su Ming and the other two behind him, they would have to face the other three ferocious beasts that were 1,000 feet tall, along with the shaman standing on them. A determined look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The moment he closed in on the incoming ferocious beast, He Feng, who had already discarded the puppet's body and had turned into a dark shadow once again, rushed out before him. At the same time, Su Ming lifted his right hand and casted Berserker Obliteration. His speed reached its peak, and the bracelet on his right wrist turned into a bundle of black smoke that charged in the direction before him. Roaring sounds filled the sky, and after a moment, when Su Ming went past the ferocious beast, he coughed out a huge mouthful of blood. His chestplate shattered. There was a black wooden spike that was blocked by Han Mountain Bell, but the tremors coming from that wooden spike were still enough to injure Su Ming. Half of the creature's body had crumbled. Blood spattered into the air. There was a shadow at its wound that was absorbing its blood madly while also trying to expand itself to envelop the creature within, but since the beast was too big, it was difficult for that shadow to do so. Chapter 342, Deception. The shaman standing on the ferocious beast had already leapt into the air, but there was shock on his face. A woman's figure formed by black smoke had gathered before him and was twirling around him. The moment that smoke turned into a vortex, the shaman casted a spell and immediately disappeared, as if he had just run away. The woman formed by the black smoke did not chase after him but simply fell backwards and changed back into the bracelet on Su Ming's wrist. Su Ming did not bother about He Feng, but instead took a step forward and charged towards Shanhua. At that moment, Shanhua was standing underneath the crack with his head lifted to look at the continuously expanding giant crack. His face was grim, and he looked as if he was waiting for something. Su Ming charged towards him, and after a moment, he arrived behind Shanhua. He, too, stopped underneath the crack, and his ragged breathing only calmed down after a long moment went by. Just as Su Ming was calming his breathing, wind whistled by his ears, and the Western Sea Clan woman, whose face was ruined, charged towards them swiftly. Once she stopped, she coughed out a large amount of blood. There were many wounds on her body, and her abdomen was a bloody mess, but she remained cold and aloof. As she stood there, she lowered her head and brought out some medicinal salve to spread over her wounds. "Only the two of you came. Then so be it, you two will be my guards. Earn me the time it takes to burn an incense stick," Shanhua suddenly said and turned around to cast a glance at Su Ming and the woman before sitting down in midair. He even closed his eyes. A light crease appeared between the woman's brows, but she said nothing. She simply surveyed her surroundings cautiously. Su Ming was occupied by his own thoughts. He had no time to think about what the woman did to arrive behind him, because when he lifted his head to look at the flashing crack in the sky before turning to look into the distance, his pupils shrank. There were powerful berserkers like Shanhua underneath the 5 cracks in the land of the shamans. They would either be staring at them or meditating underneath, completely ignoring the battles going on around them. They looked as if they were waiting for something. Some of them also had guards like Su Ming around them, but there were also some who were alone. There were still a large amount of shamans in the sky. The battles and slaughter on the ground continued without stopping. The people from both sides had already descended into a state of frenzy. There were also a continuous number of berserkers who were rushing out from Sky Mist City to join the fray. As time passed by and the 5 cracks in the sky belonging to the shamans grew larger while looking as if they were about to rip open at any moment, roars could be heard coming from behind. It was as if there were millions of shamans and an endless number of ferocious beasts waiting inside the crack. The moment the crack opened up, they would all rush out. "No one's coming here," Su Ming frowned. He just noticed this. Ever since Shanhua came here along with Su Ming and the woman, no shaman got close to them. Most of them only circled around the area, as if they could not see the 3 of them. This was not the only place where a sight like this occurred. The same thing was happening underneath all the 5 cracks. Could it be? A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Suddenly, a piercing whistle came from Sky Mist City. That whistle sounded like something piercing through the air. The entire Sky Mist City looked as if it was trembling. The instant Su Ming turned his head around to look, he saw 9 pillars that looked like crystals crawling out from within Sky Mist City and stretching out towards the sky. The pillars were about several hundreds of feet in breadth. Once they shot out of the ground in Sky Mist City, they immediately started shining with a strong light. When they did so, the sun in the sky looked as if it had become duller because of them. Soon after, the lights from the 9 huge crystal pillars started spreading, and once they fused together, a light beam that stole Su Ming's breath shot towards one of the cracks. The light beam was about 1,000 feet in breadth, and it shot out of Sky Mist City so quickly that Su Ming felt his skin crawl. It looked like a long arc that pierced through the sky, and it was so loud that he could only hear roars in his ears, which eventually became so loud that they turned into static. Almost in an instant, the first crack that was about several tens of thousands of feet away from Sky Mist City was pierced through by the light beam. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a sea of fire filled with waves that started spreading rapidly in all directions. The first crack shuddered viciously and turned into numerous shards that scattered away. The shards were very thin and looked like mirrors. That was clearly not a crack, but a fake one that was created by the shamans with some unknown method. It looked real and must have also felt real, but in truth, it was fake. Of the 5 cracks, the first one is fake. The shamans' goal is to weaken Sky Mist City's power, such as forcing them to use this unbelievably powerful light beam. Su Ming sucked in a sharp breath and looked at the shattered fake between Sky Mist City and the first light beam. There was a tear in the air over there now, and wherever the light beam went to, all the living things that tried to stop it were destroyed. Even a berserker in the Berserker Soul Realm would find it difficult to survive under this power. Sky Mist City. Su Ming stared at the majestic city and understood why that city could defend the land of South Morning, preventing the shamans from setting even 1 foot into their land. That city was not just shrouded in mystery, it also contained a strength that could stun the shamans. While Su Ming was still in shock due to the light beam, suddenly, the 9 gigantic crystal pillars from Sky Mist City shone once again and the second light beam shot out. The world seemed to tremble and a tear appeared in the air. The second light beam sliced through the air and stirred up a loud bang that spread throughout the entire battlefield, causing all the people to lift their heads and look at it, unable to help themselves. At that moment, the light beam crashed into the second crack. It trembled and shattered into the thin shards again. The second crack was also fake. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the third crack above him. The crack was expanding rapidly and the light within was flashing even more frequently. It was as if the people within were waiting anxiously, like they could not wait to rush out. At that moment, the 9 crystal pillars from Sky Mist City shone once again. The third light beam charged out with a force that shook the world once more. It did not ram into the third crack where Su Ming was, but instead fell onto the fourth crack, causing it to turn into countless shards. This time, Su Ming could clearly feel that the light beam's strength had dwindled slightly, as if it did not have enough power. The killings on the battlefield clearly stopped for a moment when the light beam charged out for the third time. Looks of shock and terror appeared on all the shamans' faces, but in contrast, while most of the berserkers were also shocked, they also felt their blood boiling as if they had been pumped full of life force. Suddenly, the fourth light beam charged out from Sky Mist City. This light beam was clearly much weaker than before and was not as shocking as the previous ones. The fifth crack also shattered into pieces the instant the light beam rammed into it, yet even so, if the crack had been real, there was a high chance that the light beam would not have been able to destroy it completely. Su Ming lifted his head swiftly and stared at the crack above his head. Almost the moment he did so, the powerful berserkers around who had been staying underneath those fake cracks charged towards them. Clearly, they also believed that this crack was the real deal. In an instant, the 9 crystal pillars from Sky Mist City seemed to have gathered their last charge and fired the fifth light beam. That light beam seemed like the last radiance of the setting sun. It might seem incredibly grand, but anyone with eyes could see that this was the light beam's last ounce of strength. As the light beam charged forth, it brought with it a piercing glare that shot above Su Ming before it fell on the third crack. At that moment, Shan Hua opened his eyes. But what happened next stunned Su Ming, because the instant the light beam rammed into the third crack, it also turned into a large amount of thin shards that disappeared into thin air. They're all fake, the shaman's goal is to weaken the strength of Sky Mist City's crystal pillars, because this power is a threat to the end shamans, Su Ming mumbled. At that moment, a long string of laughter echoed from the world in the distance. Distortions formed in the sky belonging to the shamans 100,000 feet away and 3 people walked out. Their bodies could not be seen clearly, but when they walked out, an incredible pressure filled the entire battlefield with a loud rumble. The 3 people took one step forward and charged into the fray. At the same time, the 2 100,000 feet sacred beasts that had previously remained in a set area, not getting closer to the battlefield, let out loud roars before charging towards Sky Mist City. It was as if the power that prevented them from getting closer was gone. The 2 shamans who were clearly powerful warriors standing on top of the 100,000 feet sacred beasts curled their lips in cold sneers. The advantage seemed to have fallen into the shamans' side. The powerful light beam that terrified them was temporarily gone, causing the 3 shamans who walked out to dash forward at an incredible speed. The 2 100,000 feet sacred beasts behind them also closed in easily, like how a hot knife cuts through butter. Yet things did not end the way they wanted. Almost the moment these 3 people appeared and charged forward with the 2 100,000 feet sacred beasts rushed following suit and entered an area 100,000 feet away from Sky Mist City, suddenly, the 9 crystal pillars that had already become duller shone with a piercing bright light. The strength of that glare was even stronger than the first light beam Su Ming had seen. With one flash of light, the entire world instantly darkened. The sun's light could not hope to compare with the 9 crystal pillars. It was as if at that moment, the crystal pillars had absorbed all the light from the world around them, and then, 2 light beams that shocked Su Ming to the core shot out. Both of these light beams were several thousands of feet in breadth. They whistled through the air with a shocking screech, causing the air to instantly shatter. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming saw something unforgettable. He saw the 2 light beams crashing into the 2 100,000 feet sacred beasts that were already only 100,000 feet away from Sky Mist City. They did not even have time to dodge. When the light beams crashed into them, the 2 sacred beasts along with the powerful shamans standing on them were instantly eviscerated by the power contained within them. Deafening, shrill cries came from the 2 sacred beasts, and their bodies instantly exploded. The entire battlefield instantly fell into dead silence. The 3 powerful shamans who had walked out and were leading the charge froze in their footsteps, as if they were stunned into silence, frozen in place. We also know how to set up a hoax. At that moment, Shan Hua stood up by Su Ming's side. Right then, an old voice shot out with a mighty power from within Sky Mist City moment. All warriors, hear me. Rush at the shamans and push them back until they're 30,000 feet away. Dong, dong, dong. The beating of war drums roared in the air from all around, causing all the berserkers on the battlefield to instantly go mad. Kill them. Chapter 343, Night Plate. As the 2 10,000 feet sacred beasts died horrible deaths and the 3 powerful shamans who walked out froze in their footsteps, all the berserkers in the land of the shamans beyond Sky Mist City began their assault while the sounds of the war drums filling the air. At the same time, light surrounded the 9 gigantic crystal pillars in Sky Mist City and the entire Sky Mist City trembled once again. It was followed soon after by a gigantic stone monument that was 100,000 feet tall and 10,000 feet wide shooting out from the ground. Its height surpassed the 9 crystal pillars. It stood erect in Sky Mist City, and an ancient feeling spread out when the stone monument appeared. There were names carved onto the stone monument, and stated right behind those names were the person's tribe or clan. This stone monument was the achievement monument that recorded all the kills of the berserkers in the land of South Morning. As it appeared, the sounds of battle from the berserkers on the battlefield became even louder. The ranks on the achievement monument would not constantly change. Berserkers would have to return to the city with their proof after the battle, then recorders would count the points and insert them into the board. All those whose names would be recorded on the stone monument would turn into the center of attention of all the berserkers. It was a glory that belonged to the berserkers, a glory that belonged to the person, his tribe, and his clan. That stone monument only showed the top 300 warriors. Those who were not in the top would not be placed. Right then, the person at first place was someone named Hiluo. This person was not from Freezing Sky, neither was he from Western Sea. He came instead from a tribe called Luoshui. He had already racked up nearly 3,000 achievement points under his name. The accumulation of battle achievement points was not an increase of 1 point every single time a person killed another shaman. Instead, the achievement points were distributed based on the status of the shaman they killed and the shaman's level of cultivation. Once a specialist from Sky Mist City calculated the points, they would gain their achievements. Those within the top 10 already had nearly 2,000 achievement points under their belts. The difference in points between them was not great. As for those who were after the top 80, they all had less than 1,000 points under their name, but even the one placed last had about several hundreds of points. This was clearly an accumulation of points after the few battles that must have happened previously. It was only natural that the earlier someone joined a battle, the more points he would gather. Su Ming came to Sky Mist City late and did not report his battle achievements. That was why his name could not be found in the ranks. The moment the stone monument appeared, the three powerful shamans who walked out became grim where they stood in midair. They were not end shamans, merely ladder shamans, but they were all considered outstanding among the other ladder shamans. Their level of cultivation was equivalent to those in the middle stage of the Berserker Soul Realm. The power of the three identical shamans who had walked out of the crack in the land of the Berserkers previously could not hope to compare to them. Those three identical shamans were also not end shamans but people who had just become ladder shamans. As a dark look settled on the trio's faces, the few powerful berserkers who had been under the cracks rushed over. But that was not all. From one of their sides, Frozen Ice Sky was letting out a threatening and freezing air. The tip of the sword moved and pointed at the three people. At the same time, on the other side, the gigantic mirror from Western Sea Clan shone brilliantly, as if it was also channeling the power of a mystical ability. Half of the 18 giant statues under Sky Mist City had also come to life and were taking large, rumbling steps in the battlefield. By the orders of the Great Patriarch, even our third attack on the city was just a test, but the goal was different from the previous 2 times. This time, we were testing whether we could widen the cracks made by the end split dawns, and we were also using this to deplete the power of Sky Mist City's divine crystal beam. By the looks of it, the Berserkers have clearly seen through the Great Patriarch's plans, but they still haven't sent out any Berserkers in the middle stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, just some of those in the initial stage. They are here to fight the three of us. Did Sky Mist City send them here to gauge the strength of the shamans over the past few years through the three of us? That ancient mirror from Western Sea Clan is detestable indeed. With it around, all the divine abilities we cast will be recorded and the Berserkers will use it to gain information. As for Freezing Sky Clan's Frozen Ice Sky, well, the sword shouldn't be using its full power when it's dealing with the three of us. HMPH, the Berserkers are really good at casting baits. They did it previously too. By the looks of it, they're thinking of using the three of us as bait to lure out our end shamans. The three powerful shamans looked at each other, and 2 of them took a step forward. Ripples formed in the air under their feet and muffled booms spread out. Green fog instantly appeared around them. The fog spread out abruptly and flowed in all directions. In an instant, it had already covered the entire area. Soon after, the final one of the trio sat down cross-legged and lifted his hands before bringing them downwards to press against the ground through the air. Ripples started spreading on the ground and shrill roars rang out. A large amount of blood from the deceased spilled forth abruptly. Almost the instant these 3 people activated their divine abilities, the 4 powerful berserkers who were charging forth from underneath the disappeared cracks rushed into the fog. Muffled booms continuously rang inside. The giant mirror from Western Sea Clan tilted, as it continued shining, causing the surface of the mirror to be turned right at the fog. Once Freezing Sky Clan's Frozen Ice Sky pointed its tip at the fog, a white glare appeared at the sword's hilt and swam through the weapon's entire body before gathering at the tip, and then, it fired out a sword beam. The moment that sword beam appeared, the world turned freezing cold. That beam of light seemed to possess intelligence and charged straight into the fog. Once it went in, it started fighting against the 3 shamans with the 4 powerful berserkers. The battle on the ground resumed once again under the green fog. Over at Su Ming's side, a glint appeared in Shan Hua's eyes and he turned around to cast a look at Su Ming and the woman with the ruined appearance before nodding at them. Then with a single move, he charged towards the fog in the sky. The 2 of you have passed my test. I will grant both of you the title of Sky Mist's Night Warrior. The moment Shan Hua left, his voice appeared and fell into Su Ming and the woman's ears. 2 black plates flew out from him towards the 2 of them. Su Ming lifted his right hand and caught that plate. It looked really ordinary and was colored entirely black. It was so black that it looked like a dark night that had no stars shining in the sky. 7 people followed him, but 5 died. Su Ming sighed and looked at the plate in his hands. He did not feel much about this, neither did he know the meaning behind it. He had originally wanted to be a bystander and witness this battle between the shamans and the berserkers. Even if he was going to join in, he would fight for his own cause. Now, even though this was just his first battle, he already had a feeling that it would not be easy to do what he had originally had in mind. Perhaps there would be many times where he would have to do things in spite of his own will. I suggest that you hang that plate on your waist where it will stand out. As Su Ming was sighing, the Western Sea Clan woman's voice reached his ears. The woman was looking at Su Ming indifferently, and she had already hung her plate on and a tie on her robes. This is Sky Mist City's battle plate. They are divided into 4 levels: sun, moon, star, and night. If you have the night plate, then it means you now belong to Sky Mist City, and with it, even your clan won't be allowed to interfere with your actions or punish you for it. Everything about you belongs to Sky Mist City, and before the battle ends, only Sky Mist City can give you commands, the woman stated coldly. There are plenty of people in this battlefield who want to obtain one of Sky Mist City's battle plates but cannot get it because the battle plates can only be given by Sky Mist City's berserkers in the Berserker Soul Realm. We did not do much, but we still obtained this because Senior Shan had seen all that we had done previously. But there are plenty of others who had done a whole lot more than us and still died or did not obtain this battle plate because no one noticed them. Are you still not satisfied with it? The woman no longer looking at Su Ming, choosing to charge into the battlefield ahead instead. Su Ming fell silent and looked at the plate in his hands. In the end, he did not choose to hang it on himself, but instead put it away into his bosom. He turned around and charged into the endless battlefield on the land of the shamans in a direction opposite to the one chosen by the woman earlier. Every inch of this place was filled with battles. The shamans and berserkers were fighting each other and would not stop until they died. The roars and screams of pain crisscrossed with the sounds of flesh being torn and bodies exploding, turning into a buzzing noise in Su Ming's ears. Besides the powerful warriors fighting within the fog in the sky, all the other people on the battlefield were insignificant. They were only a small part in this war. Su Ming did not know how long this battle was going to last. He could only rush out and start killing all the shamans he could see. This was a completely different feeling compared to the battle in Sky Mist City. Compared to this battlefield, the battle over there was way too small. Over here, Su Ming could not see the end. All he could see were his fellow berserkers and the endless army of shamans. Kill them. His only choice was to kill them. Su Ming held the small virescent sword in his right hand, and as he charged forward, he brought about blood and carnage around him. Kill them. He must kill them. As he waved his arm, black smoke surrounded his body, and if anyone that could pose as a threat to Su Ming appeared, it would automatically fly out and turn into the woman. She would form behind that shaman, and then, she would either kill them or force them away. To survive, to continue living so that he could let his own insignificant self on the battlefield see another sunset, he would need to kill. If he did not kill, then he could only die. This warzone was like a powerful force of will imposed upon them, one that they could not oppose, and under that will, they must kill, or they would die. Unless one pretended to be a corpse by covering his face with blood. If they did that, then perhaps they could use another way to survive. As Su Ming moved forward, he saw some people using this method to survive. Some of them were shamans, and some of them berserkers. However, this was not a good plan because collecting heads was necessary for everyone to gather war achievement points. If they had a complete body, there was almost certainly always someone who would conveniently behead them. Kill. Su Ming's eyes were bloodshot and his entire body was soaked in blood. With a roar, all his chi started circulating in him. With a punch, he blasted a shaman's chest open. The bell in his body rang and blocked the counter his enemy threw at him before he died, but Su Ming still coughed out blood. However, even as blood spilled from his lips, he still ran forth at full speed towards another person. Chapter 344, Ziche. Fatigue. Su Ming had no idea how much time had passed, because the green fog was still covering the sky. That fog was tumbling about in the air and booming sounds could still be heard coming from inside it. The sounds of battle around Su Ming had fused together with pained screams and all sorts of other sounds, turning into a note that it felt would never change. As it rang in the air, everything repeated itself, and repeated, and repeated. It was as if Su Ming's insignificant self was repeating only one action in the battlefield: kill, kill, and kill again. Gradually, that fatigue grew deeper, and his mind started to fall into a daze. And distractedness would usually end with the person getting into a life and death situation. If they died, then they would fall into eternal slumber, but if they lived, then they would receive a boost of adrenaline that would grant them a temporary burst of energy. However, that energy was the result of drawing out the strength of whatever remained of their life force. After that temporary burst of energy, the person would sink once again, this time into an even deeper state of fatigue and absent-mindedness. How many people would be able to escape from death brought on by their own lack of concentration? Perhaps they could do it once, maybe twice, but 3 times. 4. An infinite amount of times. This wasn't a battle where people were just surrounded by shamans, they were waging war against themselves as well. The killings continued without stopping. Blood continued collecting on the ground. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the land of the shamans beyond Sky Mist City was filled with rivers of blood. The splashing of crimson droplets on them were like numerous pairs of aloof eyes cruelly watching everything that was unfolding before them. He Feng had already returned to Su Ming's side. He did not do this by himself. Instead, when Su Ming let out a sharp shout, he stirred up the wings of the moon, who could sense him, thus forcing He Feng to return to his side. When he returned to Su Ming's side, he was occupying the gigantic ferocious beast's body from before. However, there was only half of that creature remaining. Strangely enough, it was still alive. The battle continued. Su Ming had no idea just how many shamans he had killed and did not know how many wounds he had sustained, neither did he know just how many times his divine general armor had crumbled. In fact, even Han Mountain Bell had been forced back into his body numerous times after blocking many divine abilities, and his body was now injured. It was especially so for his chest. There was a hole there that was almost fatal, nearly piercing through him. That wound came to be when a long spear sliced through the air and struck Su Ming the moment the woman of black smoke his eldest senior brother had given him flew out and blocked another attack aimed at him. This was a battlefield. There were too many uncontrollable factors here, too many enemies. This was not a duel where one person would face a single opponent by himself. As the war continued, Su Ming moved through the battlefield. He had no idea where he was. He had simply seen a familiar head flying into the sky when a shaman beheaded the person. He did not know his name, but he had seen that person before. He was a disciple from Freezing Sky Clan. That head fell right before Su Ming. The person's face held a hint of confusion, but also a hint of release, as if he could finally close his eyes and rest in the midst of all his fatigue. Su Ming looked at that head and lifted his right hand swiftly to push behind him. Booming sounds and whistles came. The sounds belonged to a shaman behind that was suddenly sent tumbling backwards, and that whistle was from Su Ming's small virescent sword chasing the shaman down and piercing through him. Su Ming unclenched his left hand and ashes fell from his palm into the air. That was what remained of a stone coin. He had already swallowed a large amount of medicine, which was the only reason why he could continue fighting. He had also spent a large amount of stone coins, allowing himself to constantly spread his divine sense around the area, which largely increased his chances of survival while also allowing his small virescent sword to stay sharp. In this battlefield, all divine abilities paled in comparison to the swiftness and ease brought by cleanly executed kills. Su Ming would occasionally travel quickly, and sometimes slowly. When he attacked, his killing intent would spill forth. If he killed his enemy, all was well, but he also gradually learned not to linger around in a fight. If he did not manage to kill, he would immediately retreat and head off in another direction. Su Ming. As he continued in his slaughter listlessly, cutting down another shaman, his face turned pale and a wound so deep it revealed his bone appeared on his thigh. At that moment, a strange voice called out to him. When he turned around, Su Ming's mind was still in a slight daze, but even though his head was muddled, he still spread his divine sense on a natural instinct to protect himself. He saw a man who had just beheaded a shaman watching him. Su Ming had seen him before. He was a disciple of Freezing Sky Clan. That man's eyes were also bloodshot and he was exhausted. He gave a nod at Su Ming before quickly leaving the place. This feels like a dream. Su Ming turned around. He continued moving forward, continued killing, continued sinking into deeper exhaustion. The sounds of battle ringing by his ears seemed to have become eternal, continuously echoing in the air. He saw shamans with different types of ferocious beasts. He also saw some people wearing masks. Those people were the same as Su Ming. They were shooting through the battlefield, and wherever they went, it would rain blood. All the shamans who wore masks exuded an incredibly powerful murderous aura. A normal berserker could not hope to match up to them. In his days, Su Ming saw some berserkers who could fight against these masked shamans. They also wore masks. However, the masks these berserkers wore were black and were completely different from the white masks the shamans wore. Su Ming continued with his slaughter as he moved forward in a daze. The nearly fatal wound on his chest was left behind by a long spear thrown by a masked shaman. There was a cross-shaped crack on the person's mask. Once he threw the long spear out, he cast a cold look at Su Ming from the distance, then turned around and left. Su Ming saw all of these things, but he was in a state of absent-mindedness brought on by exhaustion. With the sounds of battle echoing in his ears indistinctly, Su Ming took a step forward and appeared before a shaman in his early adulthood. This was a shaman who still looked rather young and had face covered in blood. He let out a loud roar and charged forward. When Su Ming walked by his side, he took the shaman's head. Blood spewed out from the body, and he dashed forward a few steps more before falling down. Su Ming walked past him numbly and arrived beside another shaman. When he walked by him, the man's head was already in his grasp, but the moment his head was removed from his body, he chose to self-destruct. The booming and the force created by the explosion caused blood to flow down Su Ming's lips, but he did not stop. He simply continued onward. He walked, and continued walking. After shattering and regrouping multiple times, Su Ming's divine general armor seemed to have also been affected by his fatigue. Its speed when it recovered started slowing down. Han Mountain Bell also started ringing after being attacked by all the scattered divine abilities that were not aimed at him. He Feng was also gone, separated from him by the crowd. His current body, which was that of a shaman beast, would also cause misunderstandings among the berserkers who had already fought till they were in a frenzy. Su Ming already had no idea where he had gone to. If this continued, while Su Ming might be able to survive, there was a higher chance that he would walk straight into his death in his absent-minded state. This lasted till Su Ming saw a very familiar face standing in a crowd that was being flanked by dozens of shamans far in the distance. That face was stained with blood and filled with resolution as he continued fighting madly. This person's appearance made Su Ming snap out of his daze for a brief moment. He just saw with his own eyes a shaman, who was fighting against the familiar person, coughing out a mouthful of black blood at the cost of his own life while heavily injured. Clearly, that blood contained a destructive power that would certainly penetrate through the familiar person's face and skull if the blood touched him. Su Ming's pupils shrank, his entire being seemed to have woken up from a dream at that moment, and he swiftly recovered from his daze. The sounds of battle by his ears immediately became clear as day from its previous indistinct state, and the world before him turned unclouded and complete from its previous muddled state. Ziche, Su Ming mumbled. He did not hesitate. The moment he woke up, he took a huge step forward. With that one step, the sounds of battle by his ears disappeared, replaced by a piercing sound of him blasting through the air. With a speed so quick it was difficult to describe, he swiftly charged forward. Before the shaman's blood fell on Ziche's face, Su Ming had already cut through several thousands of feet and appeared right before him. The violent gust of wind that stirred up because of him almost instantly blew away the black blood. As for the heavily injured shaman, he did not even have time to check what had happened before he felt a force, like a city wall, crashing onto him. He tumbled backwards and his body shattered due to the powerful gust of wind. "Uncle Master." Ziche's voice appeared in Su Ming's ears. He staggered, but continued fighting. After activating that extreme speed so many times, Su Ming's body had reached its limit and he sunk into deep exhaustion once more. Yet he continued moving and activated that extreme speed again so that he could attack swiftly. With Su Ming's help, the person who was flanked by the dozens of shamans started fighting back viciously, and as he fought, he continued retreating. After a moment, when most of the shamans surrounding them were either dead or wounded, they broke free of the encirclement. Up to this point, Su Ming had already coughed out blood multiple times. When he staggered, Ziche caught him. The rest of the berserkers were also covered in injuries. In the midst of their fatigue, they quickly surrounded Ziche and Su Ming to protect them inside. Then, keeping a cautious eye on their surroundings, they retreated backwards. Ziche's voice sounded far away in Su Ming's ears. He looked at the worried Ziche and closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them, then he gave him a nod. "Ziche, he's your Uncle Master. He's so quick. That gust he stirred up when he used that speed was as powerful as a divine ability." "Ziche, what's your Uncle Master's name?" The berserkers who were protecting Ziche and Su Ming in their circle asked many questions while retreating. "I'm Su Ming." Su Ming took in a deep breath and no longer required Ziche to support him. He brought out some medicine, and once he swallowed it, he started retreating with the dozen or so other berserkers. "We don't even know whether we'll be able to survive through this battle, so let's not bother about status anymore. Brother Su, you seem a little out of sorts. Did you join this battle as a lone shaman hunter?" The dozen berserkers were very coordinated when they retreated. The group surrounding Su Ming remained entirely focused. As they withdrew, they fought against the shamans who closed in on them. Moments later, they would quickly change places with their companions in the inner circle so that they could rest. Chapter 345, Shaman Hunt. "Oh well, don't go searching for your own team now. Come with us. If you go alone on this gigantic battlefield, you might fall into a continuous state of absent-mindedness." A middle-aged man, who was also soaked in blood, spoke to Su Ming while panting harshly after he withdrew from the outer circle. This person had extraordinary power and was already in the bone sacrifice realm. "Uncle Master, he's Yan Bo, the leader of our team," Ziche quickly explained beside him. Once he saw Su Ming, he naturally reverted to how he acted before and started following behind Su Ming while surveying his surroundings cautiously. "You have extraordinary power and your speed is choking. How about this? Rest in there first. We will continue changing our shifts, and once you've recovered slightly, you can join us," the middle-aged man quickly said, and once he finished speaking, he exchanged places with the eighth person in the outer layer of the circle once again, causing the small team of around a dozen berserkers to continue fighting even as they continued retreating. Su Ming took in a deep breath. He was no longer in a daze. Now that he thought about it, everything that had happened before was like a dream. From the middle-aged man's words and how the team's members changed their spots with each other, Su Ming understood the reason for his continuous state of absent-mindedness from before. "I'm already rested." A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. When the eighth person in the outer layer of the circle moved back and another batch took their place once again, he took a step forward to stand in the outer layer. This isn't a single person's battle. When Su Ming stood at the outer layer of the team, he came to understand the reason for him descending into that state. Fatigue was a cause for it, the repeated killings were also a cause for it, but most importantly, it was because he did not have his own team. He had been continuously fighting alone on the battlefield. Even a person with incredible willpower would break down sooner or later if this continued. Unless he was a person who had been baptized and refined by battles like these, then even if that person was just a berserker in the awakening realm, he would be highly valued by those in the bone sacrifice realm. If he was someone in the bone sacrifice realm, then he would be highly valued by those in the berserker soul realm. Because this person was a true warrior. Only these kind of people could surpass their limits during these sort of battles and increase their power. At the same time, they could also bring out their strongest strength. Their great willpower would not shatter in the face of the sky and earth being destroyed, would not crumble no matter how dangerous the situation was for them. Developing a person like this was perhaps what the shamans and berserkers sought. My will is still not strong enough. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He took a deep breath of the unique air in the battlefield and was no longer caught in a daze. Instead, he started fighting against the shamans, closing in on them as he stood in the outer layer of the small team. This time, he was not fighting alone. He had Ziche by his side. He had companions who had protected him when he was tired just now. Once he started paying closer attention, Su Ming saw numerous small teams like these all over the battlefield. While there seemed to be quite a number of shamans fighting on their own, Su Ming could also gradually see teams like theirs among the shamans. The warriors fighting on their own were usually people who had incredibly powerful will and were using this opportunity to train themselves. Su Ming finally understood. A battlefield trains a person's willpower. Willpower is invisible, but it could change a person into a powerful warrior. This is a path for a person to become a powerful warrior. Understanding appeared in Su Ming's eyes. As he attacked, green light shone, and the shaman closing in on him immediately chose to retreat. I have too few divine abilities, and I'm using all my enchanted treasures wrong. Calmness appeared in Su Ming's left eye once again, creating a large contrast with the crazed red glint in his right eye once again. Without any hesitation, he lifted his left hand and slammed it against his chest. Immediately, Han Mountain Bell manifested in the form of an illusion in front of him and chimed, floating in midair. As the bell chimes spread, Su Ming formed some seals with his right hand before he pointed at the bell. Han Mountain Bell instantly grew in size and slammed on the ground before them. The ground gave a vicious shudder, and when Su Ming lifted Han Mountain Bell, there were only mangled pieces of flesh on the ground. Defense might be important, but my attacks have to be sharp as well. If I only have strong defenses, then I definitely won't have that unbreakable will that can only be formed after going through life and death situations. Su Ming's thoughts raced like lightning in his head. He spread his arms out and a large amount of lightning started swimming abruptly in his body before turning into 4 balls of lightning around him. Those balls appeared out of thin air, causing the place where he stood to brighten up with lightning and the air to be filled by thunderous rumbles for a moment. The 4 balls of lightning let out a loud whistle and spread swiftly, falling among the incoming shamans. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air. I was wrong. Even if this is war, it is still a great chance for me to hone my skills. Su Ming slapped his right hand on the storage bag in his bosom and brought out a beast skin. Once he spread it out, he coughed out a mouthful of blood on it, and immediately, that beast skin disappeared in a red flash, which was followed soon after by a red meadow appearing under Su Ming's feet. The instant the meadow appeared, it started absorbing the blood on the ground at a maddening speed, and it followed Su Ming as he moved. It was a terrifying sight to behold as it absorbed the blood on the ground and started expanding. It grew swiftly, and Su Ming could feel the cool wisps of air seeping into his body from his feet, as he stood on the meadow, become faster. Once they entered him, his fatigue lessened slightly. The meadow could only be used by him. It was completely useless to the other berserkers by his side. Once Su Ming noticed this, he immediately controlled the meadow's expansion so that it only stayed under his feet. He did not allow it to spread out. The pounding of Han Mountain Bell while it let out those thunderous chimes, the continuous explosions of the balls of lightning, and the whistling of his virescent sword allowed Su Ming's team to retreat at a shocking speed, and at the same time, most of the shamans would retreat as their team went by. If those things were alone, perhaps the slightly more powerful shamans would not all choose to retreat, but as Han Mountain Bell continued pounding and hammering them, a piercing screech came from within the bell. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He formed some seals with his fingers and pointed at the bell. A black light shot out from Han Mountain Bell and the area around Su Ming's team turned into a desolate land. Even more shocking was the fact that after the black light passed, the shaman beasts who got closer to them started crying out as if they did not dare get any closer. They started retreating without any care for the consequences, as if there was something in the area that terrified them. Ziche still reacted normally, but the members of the team beside him, including Yan Bo, who was the leader and a berserker in the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm, sucked in a sharp breath. They would occasionally look at Su Ming oddly. Brother Su, I now understand why you chose to fight alone in the battlefield. Even if you're not a shaman hunter, you're well on your way to becoming one of them. Yan Bo wrapped his fist in his palm in a salute to Su Ming, and all the people's gazes as they looked at Su Ming turned respectful. Ziche immediately started softly explaining what was going on to Su Ming beside him. There was a small number of people in the battle between the berserkers and shamans who were not in the berserker soul realm, but whose divine abilities had clearly surpassed the power they should have in their realm, and they fought as if they were invulnerable. These sort of people were known as hunters. If they were berserkers, they would be known as shaman hunters, and if they were shamans, they would be known as berserker hunters. They would not choose to hide their identity in battle, because they needed the experience brought on by these fights. That was why they chose to wear masks. The berserkers, masks were black, and the shamans, masks were white. Receiving one of these masks meant that a person had been acknowledged to become a hunter. Getting a mask was a great achievement, and it was also the only way for a non-hunter to become a hunter. If a person killed a hunter of the shaman tribe, took his mask, then handed it over to Sky Mist City, then that person could become a hunter. It was rare that anyone would be able to con a masker themselves, because once someone became a hunter and wore that mask, then they would have to face even more death and destruction. If they conned themselves into this position, then it would be far too easy for someone else to take their lives. Su Ming listened to Ziche's explanations and nodded his head. He already had his guesses about this previously. These sort of people were definitely those with extraordinary willpower. Su Ming knew that he was not one of them, because his willpower was not strong enough, and fatal absent-mindedness along with mental fatigue had appeared within him when he was fighting alone just now. Brother Su, with your help, how about we stop retreating? We'll go forward and try to gain more credit. Of course, you can get a third of the credit. We'll then divide the rest. Yan Bo licked his lips. A brutal glint appeared in his eyes as he looked at the shamans and whispered to Su Ming softly. All right. Su Ming fell into a moment of pensive silence before he nodded his head. Once he made his decision, the other members of the team agreed to it. They immediately stopped retreating and changed their formation into that of an arrow under Yan Bo's command. With Su Ming in the lead and Ziche and Yan Bo on his sides, the other people followed behind them and charged out. As they charged forward, the small Virescent sword circled them while Han Mountain bells chimes reverberated in the air. Wherever the team with the arrow-shaped formation went, they stirred a storm of blood, and this continued until they reached a battle off in a distance. Time trickled by slowly. The small team with Su Ming in the lead slaughtered shamans at an incredible speed, but similarly, many of their own died. By then, there were only 9 of them remaining. However, the achievements they gained were plentiful. At that moment, the sky was darkening. The booming sounds from the fog became more frequent. Su Ming suddenly stopped moving forward, and the moment he stopped, the other 8 people behind him also stopped. In the crowd in the distance was a male shaman wearing a white mask. He was dressed in black and was looking towards them coldly. There was a cross-shaped crack on his mask. This person was different from the other shamans. He was one of the berserker hunters moving alone, and only those with incredibly strong willpower would dare to do so. Almost the instant he looked towards Su Ming's team, which had caught the attention of the shamans around them, a fighting spirit lit up in Su Ming's eyes. Yan Bo, change your location. Ziche, work with him. The two of you, lead the team and wait here for a while. As Su Ming spoke, he rushed forward, took a leap into the sky, and charged towards the berserker hunter who was fighting alone. Berserker hunter. He's wearing a mask. That's a berserker hunter. Yan Bo's pupils shrank when he looked in the direction Su Ming had went to and saw the masked shaman. If he wins against that person and takes his mask, Ziche, your uncle master will become a hunter. Yan Bo's breathing quickened and anticipation rose in his eyes. Chapter 346, Battle Against the Shaman. As he killed time and again on the battlefield, Su Ming came to understand how insignificant he was. Yet similarly, he also found the path for him to become stronger in this cruel war. Willpower. He had to use the blood in the battlefield and strengthen himself until he gained the willpower of a powerful warrior. That willpower would be one that would not be destroyed no matter how many disasters he had to go through. Even if he had to go through the change in time and the multiple changes in the world, it would remain as inextinguishable, like a ball of fire that would incinerate everything that tried to block its path. Not only do I want to survive through this battle, I also want to gain experience through it. A fighting spirit that was rarely seen on him appeared in Su Ming's eyes. It was like a fire had just kindled the embers of Su Ming's life. He swiftly charged out from before Ziche and Yan Bo and dashed straight towards the berserker hunter who had looked towards him from the distance. His mask was white, and Su Ming had recognized that cross-shaped crack on his face upon first taking sight of him. This person was the one who had thrown that long spear into his chest just now, inflicting an almost fatal wound. Willpower is an abstract term. It's like a person's resolve, like a beacon of light in a person's life. However, it is still an abstract thing. Su Ming held the small virescent sword in his right hand. The sword's glare illuminated dozens of feet of the area, and all the shamans that tried to block him as he passed through let out screams of pain, quickly retreating. Because they noticed that Su Ming wanted to fight against their hunter, and the murderous aura from his body was clearly also something not commonly seen. This was a battle between hunters. Onlookers would usually not interfere with them. The masked shaman watched coldly as Su Ming continued closing in on him. He remained unmoving, but even if he did not move, he still gave off an impression that he was a mountain that would not be taken down even when the world crumbled around him. In this battlefield, I must first have my own principle. This principle is abstract, but it will continuously be strengthened and refined, and someday, that principle will turn into my willpower. When that day comes, I will bring with me that principle, which had then turned into my willpower, when I walk out of the battlefield. It will become my entire existence. Su Ming took a step forward and blasted through the air. Lightning flashed before him and turned into 8 balls of lightning. Han Mountain Bell also floated in midair and traveled with him as he went forward. The black lines that surrounded him shone, and they scared away some of the ferocious beasts when they did so. My principle. With a flash, Su Ming was already less than 3,000 feet away from the masked shaman. He was not even running at his full speed, but it was already a shocking sight. If no one attacks me, then I won't attack, but if someone attacks me, I will definitely kill him. In a battlefield, it doesn't matter whether I'm taking the initiative or remain in the passive. If anyone attacks me, then unless he is killed by someone else, then I will definitely kill him. This is my principle, and it will someday turn into my willpower. Su Ming lifted his head swiftly. The instant he was less than 2,000 feet away from the masked shaman, his speed increased exponentially and reached its peak. Under that extreme speed, Su Ming's body looked as if he had just frozen up. Yet that brief pause was actually his afterimage that was left behind. Almost the moment Su Ming's speed increased, the pupils of the masked shaman, who was staring at him coldly, shrank. He was now only 1,000-something feet away from him. Without even a shred of hesitation, the shaman immediately took a few steps back. He was not fast, but with each step he took, the ground would feel as if it was trembling. At the same time, he also lifted his right hand and formed it into the shape of a claw, then swiped with it through the air before himself. When he did so, the totem underneath his mask shone with a dark light. Distortions immediately appeared in the air around him, turning into a large amount of ripples that started spreading out rapidly. On a spot by his side, the ripples suddenly rebounded. The instant Su Ming walked out, the masked man's lips curled up in a cold sneer. He twisted around, and as his body turned, with a piercing blast, he swung his right leg like a whip, using the momentum in Su Ming's direction. Booming sounds echoed in the air between them. This was the first time Su Ming was found out by someone while he was using that extreme speed, and had subsequently seen a counterattack launched against him. That force from the male shaman's kick first touched the balls of lightning in front of Su Ming, then as rumbling sounds echoed in the air, that force also crashed into Su Ming's virescent sword. The moment that attack reached the small sword, Su Ming's vision blurred. Vaguely, he could see that the male shaman's leg appeared before him like a tail of a ferocious beast swiping at him. He could not tell to which creature that tail belonged, even though he knew that what he saw was an illusion and that this was only the product of the shaman's divine ability. The monstrous power in that kick immediately landed on the small virescent sword. It froze for a moment, and that force from the kick landed on Su Ming's body. Su Ming felt as if a gigantic mountain had rammed into his body from midair. He coughed out a huge mouthful of blood and immediately tumbled backwards, only landing on the ground after retreating nearly 1,000 feet. He staggered a few more steps back before finally regaining his footing. Blood trickled out of his mouth once more. That male shaman stared at Su Ming coldly and took a step forward. An incredibly powerful murderous aura spread from within his body. In the dusk, that murderous aura seemed to have gained physical form and turned into a ghastly presence. As it filled the entire area, the howls of vengeful spirits could also be heard faintly around the male shaman. Most of those vengeful spirits belonged to berserkers, and many of their bodies had been blasted to smithereens. They were howling shrilly. In fact, Su Ming could even see 5 masked hunters from the berserker tribe among the spirits. He might not have deep knowledge of the shamans, but his understanding of them was not limited either. He had already run into them several times, and had especially seen the spirit mediums multiple times. At that moment, he could tell at first glance that the vengeful spirits around the male shaman were not gathered around because he was a spirit medium. These vengeful spirits were trapped around him for eternity by his murderous aura. They could not leave, and could only continue crying out in the endless stream of time. They could leave only when this man died. Battle Shaman. Su Ming wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. There were sharp stabs of pain in his body at that moment. The force of that kick delivered by the male shaman just now had let Su Ming know that he possessed a frightening physical power. That strength and murderous aura was not the method used by spirit mediums to trap grudges. Among the shamans, only battle shamans who had reached a certain level could obtain this power. The male shaman only needed 4 steps before he arrived right in front of Su Ming. With the mask on, only the aloof look in his eyes could be seen. His expression and appearance were hidden away. The instant he closed in, the male shaman lifted his fist and hurled it straight towards Su Ming. This was not the first time Su Ming ran into a battle shaman. In this battlefield, battle shamans numbered the highest among the enemy's troops. Su Ming had also killed a large number of them, but this was the first time he met a powerful battle shaman. The seemingly normal battle shaman that was part of the most common shaman profession made Su Ming feel an incredible pressure. That punch just now had also made him feel as if he just saw the male shaman turning into a gigantic ferocious beast right before his eyes. That creature was using its entire body to ram into Su Ming's head. Su Ming did not retreat. He had just laid out his own principle and was on his way of turning it into his willpower. If he could not win against this man, then he could forget about the dream of strengthening his willpower, because by then, it would be hard for him to even walk out of the battlefield alive. Almost the moment the masked male shaman hurled his punch forward, Su Ming's divine general armor manifested. However, just as it appeared, it was forcefully disintegrated by the powerful pressure coming from that male shaman. It was as if it could not continue existing under that pressure. Before me, even the divine general armor of your berserker tribe in your chi does not dare manifest, and you call yourself a divine general. That male shaman spoke for the first time. When he did so, his punch fell in the air before Su Ming. The shock shook Su Ming's body, and he was forced back once again. Yet even though he was forced back, he still chose to counterattack. The reason the male shaman had chosen to pull back his punch after hurling it at the air instead of ramming it into Su Ming's body was precisely because of that counterattack, sending Han Mountain Bell straight on the male shaman's head. The bell charged towards the shaman with a loud whistle. The masked man lifted his head but did not dodge. Instead, he leapt up into the air and hurled a punch straight at Han Mountain Bell. Booming sounds echoed in the air, and Han Mountain Bell was sent tumbling backwards by that one punch. It was completely unscathed, however. As for the male shaman, his body was sent crashing onto the ground by the rebound, and blood flowed down from under his mask. Su Ming lifted his head from where he continued retreating, then instantly charged towards that male shaman. The balls of lightning sliced through the air before him, and the sword's glare shot forward as well. Yet the instant the balls of lightning and the sword's glare closed in on the falling male shaman, he opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. That roar shook the sky. It contained a strange power that made it sound like a furious howl of a ferocious beast, like an oppressive pressure coming from a superior life form. Those who heard it would feel like an ordinary man who just ran into a tiger, whose legs would start shuddering once that tiger roared at them, like a child who would be terrified when he ran into a howling wolf. Voices, especially those belonging to ferocious beasts, could many a time send a person reeling in shock, in a manner that the person could not control even if he wanted to. The male shaman's roar was one of such voices. It shook Su Ming's heart and made his divine sense scatter. The light from the small sword instantly darkened, and even those balls of lightning started rapidly shrinking. This was a spell that belonged to battle shamans, a spell that could only be cast by powerful battle shamans who trained under unique circumstances. Chapter 347, The Courageous Warrior. Right as Su Ming's balls of lightning and his virescent sword were whittled down by the masked male shaman's beast-like roars, the male shaman had quelled down the chaos of his chi brought by the resisting Han Mountain Bell. At that moment, he charged forward. When he ran into the balls of lightning, they were destroyed. When he ran into the small virescent sword, that dull sword was instantly sent flying away. The male shaman seemed to have turned into a violent gust of wind that was charging at Su Ming. The instant he closed in, he clenched his fist once again and punched him. Su Ming immediately retreated. Once he activated his speed, he immediately dodged the incoming punch, and when he did so, he lifted his right hand, then with 3 fingers facing the sky, he drew a line down the man's side. Execution of the 3 evils. Ever since Su Ming came to the land of South Morning, he had never used any arts from Dark Mountain Tribe. This was the first time he casted it on the battlefield. As his level of cultivation changed, so would the power of the execution of 3 evils be different. At that moment, as he casted the first slash of the execution of 3 evils, half of the vengeful spirits that had been trapped around the man's body by his murderous aura let out piercing screeches and disappeared. The male shaman shuddered, but he took the blow face on. He turned around, swung his right arm in a full circle, then charged at Su Ming, shrill blasts reverberating in the air. Su Ming retreated once again and used that extreme speed to dodge the attack. He appeared in another direction and bit his tongue, then coughed out a mouthful of blood. Once that blood appeared, it instantly started burning, turning into a sea of flames that surrounded the man. However, right as the sea of fire surrounded the man, a gigantic fist shot through it and rammed straight into Su Ming's chest. Su Ming once again activated that extreme speed, and only then did he manage to dodge it. I'd like to see just how many times you can use that speed. The male shaman smirked coldly in the sea of fire. He jumped, twisted his body, and stirred up a gust of wind that extinguished the flames around him before he started walking towards Su Ming. The male shaman did not have a lot of divine abilities, but because his physical abilities were simply too powerful, that was why Su Ming had to dodge his attacks. If he took even one blow to his body, he would find it hard to survive through it. As Su Ming retreated, Han Mountain Bell fell upon the male shaman once again from midair. A hint of madness appeared in the male shaman's eyes, which were hidden underneath the mask. Even though he had already come to know of Han Mountain Bell's might, he still chose not to dodge it. As he walked towards Su Ming, the bell fell straight on his body. Yet as booming sounds rose into the air, the man only paused for a brief moment before lifting his foot and continuing walking forward. Su Ming's expression changed. With his mind, he lifted Han Mountain Bell once again, but at that moment, the male shaman suddenly let out that strange beast roar once again. When that roar resounded, Su Ming's mind trembled, and without being able to control himself, he became shaken. It caused Han Mountain Bell's speed, as it fell, to slow down, and at the same time, the male shaman arrived before Su Ming and threw a punch at him. Damn it! Su Ming could not control his own heart. The beast roar was simply too bizarre. It felt like the might of life itself, like the roar from his mortal enemy. It was a roar that could make the hearts of all people tremble. Su Ming was just about to activate his speed and dodge that punch when the male shaman suddenly increased his speed. His punch landed, but it was not on Su Ming. He had instead hurled his fist to the space next to Su Ming. When the punch landed, it stirred a large amount of ripples and distortions in the air, causing Su Ming's speed as he retreated to slow down instantly. The male shaman used this chance to rush over, and the instant he closed in, before Su Ming even had the time to dodge, he heard the man's vicious laughter. The man did not use his fists, neither did he use his legs. Instead, Once he closed in on Su Ming, he rammed his head against Su Ming's forehead. Bang! Su Ming's vision blurred and a nauseous feeling instantly rose within him. Rumbling sounds went off in his head. As his body fell back, the male shaman licked his lips under the mask, then rushed out. This time, killing intent appeared in his eyes. With his right hand in the shape of a claw, he swiped against Su Ming's chest. He wanted to tear out Su Ming's heart. Blood flowed out from Su Ming's forehead. It dripped into his eyes, and the world seemed to have turned red. He could not see the male shaman's attack clearly, but he could feel a wave of killing intent coming swiftly at him. At that moment of danger, Su Ming let out a low growl and retreated. As he did so, Han Mountain Bell instantly shrank and charged towards him. Once it arrived by his side, it fused into his body, and the instant the male shaman swiped at him, Han Mountain Bell appeared around him and turned into his defense. A loud bang rang out, along with the echoes of numerous bell chimes. Su Ming staggered backwards. There was a numbness within him that was brought by the bell chimes, but before he could retreat any further, the male shaman closed in on him once again, then started throwing punch after punch on the bell. You're just a berserker child who only knows how to dodge and be protected. You're not fit to be a berserker warrior and be willful on this battlefield, the male shaman said, and scorn appeared in his eyes. The continued barrage might not have externally injured Su Ming, but as the bell chimes echoed and his mind remained in its muddled state after his head was attacked, blood continued pouring out down his lips. After hurling out a few punches, the male shaman turned on his feet and kicked Han Mountain Bell. His kick looked like the tail of a ferocious beast sweeping out sideways. The moment his leg landed on Han Mountain Bell, a rumble that was far louder than any previous chimes rang out. Su Ming coughed out a huge mouthful of blood. His body flew several thousands of feet backward and crashed onto the ground. The instant he fell to the ground, Han Mountain Bell retreated into his body, causing Su Ming to no longer have any form of protection, except the black bracelet on his wrist. The female slave given to him by his eldest senior brother had not appeared when Su Ming was fighting against the male shaman. Once the female slave appeared and they worked together, then killing that male shaman would not be too hard, but if she did that, then even if Su Ming managed to obtain his mask, it would not completely belong to him. If he obtained the mask this way, then even if he became a hunter, what awaited him once the female slave was gone would still be a weakness that was not refined through battle, unless, of course, he forever relied on someone. The bracelet eldest senior brother had given him was also just to protect Su Ming when he was in danger. It was not something for him to rely on. Su Ming understood this perfectly well. Blood flowed down from his mouth and he had a hard time trying to focus his gaze. In truth, his injuries were not that terrible since he protected by Han Mountain Bell. His physical body was just rather numb. The true critical injury lay in his mind. The trembling of his spirit under that loud roar was something Su Ming could not control. He had never expected that he would be so fragile. Am I afraid? Su Ming's vision began to grow clouded. He could not see the male shaman walking towards him, could not see the black bracelet on his wrist turning into wisps of smoke that would shoot out at any time. But what am I afraid of? A melancholic look appeared on Su Ming's face. This battle seemed to have made him grow up a lot more in a short period of time. That's right, I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid that once I die, I won't be able to find my way back home. I'm afraid that once I die, all these mysteries will disappear. I'm afraid that once I die, I won't be able to open my eyes. Su Ming's vision became even more clouded and his will began to disappear. Due to the strange power in that beast roar, his mind was forced to shut down. This was not something he wanted, but it was difficult for him to control it. What should I do? He mumbled. In his muddled state, all the sounds around him vanished. All he could see was the green fog tumbling about in the sky. Gradually, that green fog disappeared and was replaced by the sight of a house lit up by candle flames in a peaceful tribe during a night filled with snow and wind. Su Ming's elder held a scroll of bamboo slips in his hands while he himself sat by the side with his chin propped on his hands. Not everything went smoothly for our ancestors from Dark Mountain Tribe. They went through many trials and tribulations before forming the gigantic Dark Mountain Tribe, but later on, Dark Mountain Tribe was split up. Let's talk about Dark Mountain's ancestor. He went through a lot of hardships and left behind many legends, which were all carved onto these bamboo slips by other people to serve as an encouragement for his descendants. You must remember all of these things. Now, let me test you. Who did Dark Mountain's ancestor fight against when he first came to Dark Mountain? He ran into the mountain spirit beast of the land. Our ancestor wanted to build a tribe here, but he was not allowed to. That's why he fought against it. With his hand propped on his hands, Su Ming yawned and answered sluggishly. Continue. The elder smiled. What's there to say? He just ran into a big creature and fought against it when he was halfway up the mountain. The beast seemed to be really powerful cause when it exhaled, it could make people terrified of it. At a cliff halfway up the mountain, our ancestor had a tough battle against that creature. He won in the end. Oh, and what did you learn from this legend? The elder asked with a smile. When two adversaries meet at a narrow path and cannot back out from a fight, the courageous one will win. Elder, you told me this many times before. I get it, really. Alright, then I'll treat it like you already know it. Perhaps sometime in the future, you'll truly come to understand the meaning behind that sentence and understand just how our ancestor felt at that time. As Su Ming laid on the battlefield in the land of the shamans beyond Sky Mist City, his muddled mind returned to the snowy night many years ago. The instant he heard the words spoken at that time, about the courageous one winning when running into his adversary, Su Ming trembled viciously. His unfocused gaze instantly became filled with a sharp glint. When two adversaries meet at a narrow path and cannot back out from a fight, the courageous one will win, he mumbled. His ears, which had originally been unable to hear the sounds of battle any longer, suddenly became clear. About 1,000 feet away, the masked male shaman was charging towards him in huge steps. The murderous aura surging forth from within him turned into an intense pressure, causing all the people who tried to stop him, be it berserker or shaman, to fall back and move away. The bracelet on Su Ming's wrist had already turned into wisps of smoke, ready to shoot out, but it was immediately pressed down by Su Ming's left hand. I'll do it myself. With a calm expression, Su Ming stood up from the ground. Chapter 348, The Mask of Hunters. Su Ming's hair flew in the air as he stood up once again. His hair had some bloodstains in it, and as it danced in the air, some drops of blood were blown away by the wind. When two adversaries meet at a narrow path and cannot back out from a fight, the courageous one will win. Su Ming mumbled again. The sharp glint in his eyes flickered, and as he looked at the male shaman walking towards him from 1,000 feet away, he took a deep breath of the battlefield's atmosphere. His entire person felt as if he had gone through an indescribable transformation. He charged forward, straight towards the male shaman with a monstrous killing intent and a presence that said he would absolutely not retreat. With a whistle in the air, he closed in. A cold sneer appeared on the masked shaman's face. His aloof gaze now contained a hint of disdain. He held this berserker in contempt, because he only knew how to dodge and protect himself. A person like this was not worthy of calling himself a berserker warrior. Even if he could feel a hint of something different in Su Ming as he approached him, the shaman still regarded him with scorn. The distance between the both of them continued closing up, and in the blink of an eye, they were less than 300 feet away from each other. As the shaman dashed towards Su Ming, all the other shamans and berserkers who were fighting against each other moved out of the way. This happened in a corner of the large battlefield, but the duel between Su Ming and the masked male shaman in that corner was one of the higher-leveled battles among the countless number of them happening between the shamans and berserkers in this war zone. This was a battle between hunters. If the shaman won, then he would add another kill to his score, but if Su Ming won, then he would end this hunter's existence and replace him as a hunter of the berserker tribe. This sort of battle had already attracted all of the attention of the shamans and berserkers within that small area. Some of the hunters from the shaman and berserker tribe in the distance also looked over. Even if the outcome of the battle would not affect the war in any manner, no matter whether Su Ming or the male shaman won in the end, to Su Ming, this was his own battle. He wanted to overcome his fear here and win against his own mind, then from there, go through a glorious transformation and create a willpower that would turn him into a powerful berserker. I have to win this battle, I must win. Determination appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He was not overestimating his own strength. In truth, his battle prowess was about equal to the male shaman. If it was not for that strange beast roar, Su Ming would have definitely not been in such a pathetic state. At that moment, he had already found the way to win against that strange sound, and that was, to be the courageous warrior and win. Kill! Su Ming let out a loud roar, and as he took a leap forward, he flew up from the ground, charging towards the incoming male shaman. The two of them crashed into each other like two arrows that had shot up from the ground. Bang! Su Ming trembled. Once he fell a few steps back, blood appeared at the corners of his lips, but there was not a hint of hesitation or uncertainty within him. He rushed out once again and crashed into the male shaman once again. Bang! 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 In the span of a few short breaths, the two of them had already crashed into each other more than a dozen times. The contempt in the male shaman's face was gone, replaced by a grim look. He could tell that there was something different about Su Ming. The berserker now was already largely different from before. He no longer dodged, no longer tried to use his divine abilities, and no longer tried to blindly resist and protect himself. There was a determination within him that made the male shaman fearful. He had a feeling as if he was not going up against a physical body but a gigantic mountain. A tall, erect mountain that would never crumble and shatter. This did not mean that Su Ming's power or his physical body had become stronger after he stood up once again. Instead, it was his gaze, his actions, his footsteps, and his expressions. All of these things had turned into an imposing presence, and the source of that presence was Su Ming's invisible willpower. It was as if there was a form of power that was supporting him, no longer allowing him to choose retreat, making him stand and fight to the death rather than take a step back. This willpower had turned into his presence. It was noticeable to other people, and could be especially felt by the male shaman who was fighting against him. What is courage? Su Ming, answer me. Su Ming threw a punch out. As the determination and resolution appeared in his eyes, he remembered something that had happened when he was still in Dark Mountain. Being courageous means not being scared when you encounter wild beasts. Back then, Su Ming was only a tiny lasso. He answered that question with a young voice. That is a type of courage, but let me tell you, true courage is when you run into a powerful warrior and not retreat. You will rush out and fight to the death. Similarly, when you run into 10 powerful warriors, you will react in the same manner, and even when you face 100 or more powerful warriors, you will still react in the same way. Think about it, Su Ming. If the day comes when you want to protect me and have to stand before me because I am old and no longer able to move, but there are an endless amount of powerful enemies before you. Close your eyes and imagine it. If your choice is to stay, then you have understood what it means to be courageous. This is what I believe to be courage. Will I die? Will I stay? Perhaps I will, perhaps I won't. But would I leave? The answer is the same. Perhaps I will, perhaps I won't. Then I will choose to stay. Courage is also a type of presence. This is not recklessness. It's instead a presence akin to a mountain, one that will make your enemies break down due to your tenacity. Courage is also a method to subdue your enemies. It is also the characteristic you need to become an upright man when you journey through the world. Su Ming, remember my words, perhaps someday, you will truly understand it. Su Ming's fist rammed into the male shaman's right-handed punch. Sharp pain shot up his arm and he felt as if his bones were on the verge of breaking, but not a hint of withdrawal could be seen on Su Ming's face. He rushed out instead and fought once again against the male shaman who also did not retreat. The more the male shaman fought, the more fearful he became. Based on his previous deductions, he had already done everything that he usually did in a fight like this. His opponent should have been the same as many of the people he met before. First, their minds would break down, and it would then spread to their bodies. Under his relentless barrage, the desire to retreat would fill their minds and bodies. Once this happened, then his victory in the battle would be certain. This was his trial as a powerful battle shaman, to move forward without stopping. He had to overcome the fear within his heart, crush his enemy's willpower, destroy the mind of the one who wanted to stop him. Then as his enemy's mind crumbled, he would walk towards his defeated foe. Courage is not recklessness, Su Ming mumbled. As he rushed forward, he swiftly twisted on his feet and imitated the male shaman's actions. He swept his leg out at him who did the same thing and swept his leg outwards as well. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth. This intense battle had already attracted almost all the attention of the people in the small area in that gigantic battlefield. It did not matter whether it was a shaman or a berserker, they had all seen Su Ming and the masked man coughing out mouthfuls of blood. The only difference was that one of those mouthfuls of blood had turned into blood mist before the person, and the other mouthful was flowing down along the edge of a mask. Su Ming staggered back under the force of the blow when he landed on the ground. He shuddered, and at the same time, the male shaman also took a few steps back for the first time. His gaze when he looked at his opponent was filled with shock. Su Ming was still the same Su Ming. His level of cultivation remained the same. His strength remained the same. The only different thing about him was that he now had that tenacious presence about him. He wanted to win. He had to win. There was no need for him to speak. From that determined look in Su Ming's gaze, from the presence exuded from his body, and from him charging out once again at that moment, anyone who looked towards them could clearly sense Su Ming's fighting spirit and his determination to win. "Fight," Su Ming said calmly. His voice was not loud, but with the expression on his face, the instant that single word spilled out of his lips, it was as if he had turned into a gigantic ferocious beast. That beast was roaring at the skies, and as it did so, a shocking presence spread through the area. The male shaman gritted his teeth and red appeared in his eyes. With a low growl, he charged out. The instant he closed in on Su Ming, his red eyes flickered. He roared. That roar was that strange one that had shaken Su Ming's heart multiple times, bringing out that uncontrollable fear within him. Almost the instant that roar started, Su Ming's mind trembled once again. Yet this time, even though that uncontrollable and strong wave of fear rose within him again, he did not retreat. He lifted his fist, and without stopping even for an instant, like a sharp arrow that shot through terror, Su Ming took a step forward. He landed before the shaman who was letting out that roar, then counterattacked. That counterattack was Su Ming's punch. And another punch. And yet another punch. Su Ming did not know how many punches he threw. Booming sounds reverberated in the air. For the first time, the masked male shaman was repeatedly forced back by Su Ming. He took a step back, and yet another, and as he was continuously forced back, his willpower, his confidence, and his steadfast belief as a battle shaman were whittled down, bit by bit, breaking down little by little. In his eyes, Su Ming had become a true mountain, a giant mountain that could not be crossed over, could not be destroyed. Once you overcome your fears, once you have a taste of what courage is like, how would you feel? I hope that when that time comes, I will still be by your side and hear you tell me how you feel. The elder's kind and affectionate smile appeared before Su Ming's eyes. As Su Ming continued hurling out punch after punch while going straight up against that strange roar, he found that feeling his elder was speaking of. It was a feeling that I have won against myself. Su Ming closed his eyes. When he reopened them, he spread his arms wide open and no longer chased after the male shaman. His divine sense spread out abruptly, and the small virescent sword charged out with a whistle. A large number of lightning balls gathered together and filled the area. Han Mountain Bell also manifested in the form of an illusion to charge straight towards the male shaman. The instant all these divine abilities appeared, they crashed down on the male shaman who now had a large amount of blood flowing from underneath his mask and whose gaze had become muddled with a hint of disbelief within. With a single move, Su Ming also charged out. Booming sounds bellowed into the sky, shaking the ground around the area. After a moment, a scene appeared in those who were watching eyes, one that caused almost everyone within that small area in the battlefield to freeze for a moment. In that scene, they saw Su Ming lifting his hand, and in that hand was a head, blood dripping off it. Right then, he slowly took down the mask from that head. A white mask with a cross-shaped crack on it, a hunter's mask. Chapter 349, Hunter Su Ming. The spot where Su Ming fought against the masked male shaman was just an insignificant part of the giant battlefield. Besides the people around them paying attention to them, no one who was located slightly further away was bothered about it. Yet even so, the instant Su Ming took the mask from the male shaman's head, he caught the attention of all the people within that tiny area. Ziche saw it, Yan Bo saw it, all the members who were still alive in Su Ming's team also saw it. All the berserkers in the area saw it as well. Similarly, When the head of the hunter from the shaman tribe was lifted up into the air by Su Ming, all the shamans in the area also saw it. Hunt the shamans. Su Ming stood there with the male shaman's head lifted in the air and let out a low shout towards the berserkers near him. The instant his voice traveled out, all the berserkers in the area immediately started shouting with him. Excited fervor appeared on their faces, and their gazes as they looked towards Su Ming were filled with respect. There were not many berserkers in that tiny area, only about several hundred. However, those several hundreds were repeating Su Ming's words in their cries. Hunt the shamans. The sounds of battle between several hundreds of people might not catch too much attention in this battlefield. After all, there were similar sounds echoing in the air all around. Yet at that moment, the several hundred of people in that area were letting out the same cry, and because of that, a small wave went through the entire battlefield. These several hundred of people were situated at the south of the battlefield between the shamans and berserkers. If anyone looked from the sky, they would only see chaos in that gigantic fight, but if they looked closer, they would gradually see something different. This battlefield was actually divided into 4 sections: north, south, east, and west. These 4 parts were like 4 big war zones. There was not a clear line dividing these areas, but as the crowd surged into them, they could still somewhat see it. The southern war zone had tens of thousands of people fighting against each other. Death and destruction was a constant among them. At the very end of the berserkers' crowd was a comparatively quiet area. There stood 9 berserkers in black masks, and they had a pale-faced middle-aged man with no facial hair in the center of their circle to protect him. That man wore a long robe and his hair was untied. His eyes were shining brightly as if they contained the abyss itself. He stood there and looked at the battlefield in the south without a single sound. The 9 hunters of the berserker tribe blocked off all shamans from getting closer, allowing the middle-aged man to clear his mind and sense the changes in the entire southern war zone. He had been standing there for a long time, as if he had been there since the start of the battle to observe the berserkers and the shamans, seemingly to quickly learn and understand some of the arts of war. It has been a long time since we berserkers have waged a war like this. The scale of the battles each decade cannot hope to compare to this. Those are just child's play. Even in the battle 100 years ago, and even the one 200 years ago, do you seldom find a battle like this occurring. But now, in the short span of 3 months, these sort of battles have already occurred 3 times. With a calm expression, the middle-aged man looked at his tribesmen fighting, looked at the savageness among the shamans, and sighed. There is no meticulous deployment of our soldiers, no assistance offered by any sort of battle formation, no orders given by any commanders. This is chaos, and the only thing we have are small teams fighting their own battles. They are not the only ones learning. While our tribesmen fighting in the battlefield are learning how to survive, people like me are also learning through these battles so that we can quickly master the way to control a gigantic war like this. The shamans must also be doing the same thing. The middle-aged man cast a glance in the shaman's direction, but the moment he looked over, immediately, at the edge of the southern war zone, which also happened to be the spot where his gaze fell, several hundreds of people roared at the same time. Their cries thrummed in the air and spread through the war zone. Hunt the shamans! Hunt the shamans! Hunt the shamans! Once those voices appeared, they gradually rose in volume, causing them to be heard by more and more berserkers. When they did, they swept their gazes over to the area, as they continued fighting. The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled and he fixed his gaze on that place. Go and see what is happening there, he ordered unhurriedly. One of the hunters from the berserker tribe took 1 step forward with an aloof look and blended into the battlefield in the span of a breath, charging straight towards the spot where the voices of the 100 were coming from. The cries of the berserkers around Su Ming turned into waves of sound while he stood still. As they roared because of his words, with one move, Su Ming appeared beside Ziche and Yan Bo. Ziche's face radiated with respect and excitement. Yan Bo was the same. His gaze when he looked at Su Ming was one of respect coming from the depths of his soul. Lord Hunter, with you around, we can summon more of our tribesmen to gather on our side, and our strength will be greater. Yan Bo said excitedly. Once Su Ming nodded as a sign of his approval, Yan Bo took a few steps forward and stood behind him, then shouted out highly spirited words to the people engaged in battle around them. My fellow tribesmen, We are only strong when we are many. What are you waiting for? You saw what Lord Su Ming did. He killed a hunter from the shaman tribe. He is the berserkers, hunter, our hunter. Let us gather together like 5 fingers clenching into a fist and kill the shamans. As Yan Bo's voice resounded in the air, Su Ming rushed out, turning into a violent gust of wind, charging towards the shamans. The killings continued without stop and blood spilled everywhere. Slowly, all the berserkers who did not have any enemies by their side in that small area swiftly gathered around Su Ming. After a moment, there were nearly 200 berserkers following behind him. This crowd stood out in that chaotic battlefield. Su Ming was not skilled in giving commands, neither was this the place where he wanted to refine himself, but there were always differences between people. Yan Bo was incredibly passionate about this, and even Ziche seemed to be showing some talent in this area. Under the duo's organization, the near 200 berserker team pressed forward boldly, like a long spear traveling through air in that southern war zone. Su Ming stood right at the front. His willpower and presence had affected all his followers behind him, making it so that wherever they went, this team became the fastest storm in slaughtering shamans. There was no one who would be absolutely safe in such a scattered battlefield like this, and people would instinctively choose to get closer to a larger crowd. This instinctive action caused more berserkers to continuously join Su Ming's team, as they continued killing and moving forward. Yan Bo's occasional roar was also a large reason contributing to this. In that roar, he would tell the others that Su Ming had won against a hunter from the shaman tribe and had become a berserker tribe's hunter. Those words, along with Su Ming slaughtering the shamans at the forefront, the aloof expression on his face, the determination in his gaze, the white mask hanging on his waist, and all the other factors, were enough to prove that what Yan Bo said was real. That mask was Yan Bo and Ziche's suggestion. They had advised Su Ming to put it somewhere obvious on his body, because it would perhaps serve as a flag for all the berserkers who were exhausted from all the fighting they had done up to this point to gather together. Their numbers grew larger, and when dusk was over, when the booming sounds in the green fog grew louder, the berserkers following behind already numbered 400. Some of these berserkers were warriors of Sky Mist City, some of them disciples of Western Sea Clan, some of them his fellow disciples from Freezing Sky Clan, and some of them were berserkers from the tribes of various sizes in the land of South Morning who came to join the battle. They came from all sorts of places. Perhaps before today, they never knew each other, but as they fought, a friendship forged on the battlefield through their flesh and blood was formed. That was a friendship formed through crying out together, bleeding together, and killing together. To the entire battlefield, the southern war zone was just a part of it. To the southern war zone, the several hundred berserkers under Su Ming were also just a part of it, and in fact, they were just a very small part of it. However, the power bursting forth from this very small part of the battlefield was incredibly shocking. As they fought, they would perform their familiar shifts under Yan Bo and Ziche's command. By doing so, everyone had a chance to rest, had a chance to be safe, and with this method, this team's battle prowess reached its strongest. Every one of them was not worried about being ambushed from the back, because their comrades were right behind them. Comrade, a term that surpassed that of a tribesman on a battlefield. Besides these things, there was an even more important existence to them that caused their gazes to be gradually filled with determination, their attacks to slowly gain a sharp edge and become fearless. The person who forever moved right at the forefront, the person who never rested, the hunter Su Ming. Su Ming was always there at the very front of the team, as if he was the tip of the it. While fighting, every single step he took forward, it would also mean that the team behind him would also take a step forward. He was not used to giving orders and did not speak much, but his existence was the entire 400-man team's soul, because he gave to them a willpower, one that allowed them to press onward boldly, to not fear death. That willpower was even more important than Yan Bo's commands. It was the driving force for all the several hundreds of people to move forward. As long as they saw Su Ming still standing at the very front, then all the berserkers who were in the team, still alive even after experiencing the war, would follow without hesitation. This was a battlefield. This was a place that did not need any personal feelings, where soldiers did not need to plot against each other, where they did not need to think too much. In fact, it was a place where they did not even need to think at all. Over here, the only thing they needed was a willpower like this. If they had this sort of willpower, then in the eyes of the others, they would look like flames at night that could illuminate the area and attract more people to follow them. As Su Ming's team continued fighting, the middle-aged man continued looking in his direction from the comparatively quiet spot in the southern war zone. A brilliant light appeared in his eyes. At that moment, there was a hunter from the Berserker tribe wearing a black mask behind him. He spoke in a low voice. His name is Su Ming. He just killed a hunter from the Shaman tribe and became our hunter. They have about 400 people in their team, and if he doesn't die, the team's numbers will continue growing. Willpower, willpower, I got it. The glow in the middle-aged man's eyes grew brighter. Because of what was happening at Su Ming's side, he found a way for the Berserkers to fight. Chapter 350. A performance for all of Sky Mist. He mustn't die, the middle-aged man said suddenly. Make arrangements. Have 4 of your people bring him to me, the pale-faced middle-aged man with no facial hair stated. After his words, 4 of the 9 masked hunters from the Berserker tribe around him instantly stood up. Just as the 4 people were about to head to where Su Ming was, the middle-aged man suddenly lifted his hand. The 4 of them paused in their footsteps and turned to look at him with an aloof gaze. They were the hunters of the Berserker tribe. Even if they were asked to protect this middle-aged man, and even if the middle-aged man had extraordinary power, the 9 of them belonged to the battlefield. They should be in the battlefield now, killing their enemies to refine their minds. That was why even if they were asked to protect this middle-aged man, the 9 of them still remained aloof. Wait, don't bring him back just yet. One of you go and tell him that as the commander of the Southern War Zone, I, Joda, order him to bring his team to that place. No matter what method he uses, he has to place this thing on the ground there. As the middle-aged man spoke, he lifted his right hand and pointed into the distance. Soon after, a black cone-shaped object appeared in his palm, and he handed it to an aloof hunter who walked up to him from behind his back. The hunter took the item and did not wrap his fist in his palm in a greeting or show any form of respect. He simply turned around and walked towards the crowd in the battlefield. The middle-aged man was completely unbothered by the hunter's actions. He knew that these people were the strongest warriors within the Berserker tribe. Indeed, they should not be here but on the battlefield. But you don't understand. The most important part of the battle is for the commanders chosen by Sky Mist City for the 4 great war zones to grow up quickly. Once we have a commander who is qualified enough, there will be much less berserkers dying. The middle-aged man shook his head and looked towards the spot where Su Ming was in the southern war zone. In his eyes, at that moment, only the spot where Su Ming was in the southern war zone was worthy of his attention. He wanted to find more advantages and disadvantages to the way that team operated. Su Ming moved in front and the team of 400 or so people moved behind him. The crowd swept the area clean, and everywhere they went, there would be blood and carnage. Su Ming's robes were dyed in blood again and again. His eyes were bloodshot. That bloodshot look was not due to madness but from exhaustion. Right now, the sky was beginning to darken, but the battle continued. Su Ming had no idea how long it would last. Perhaps it would last till night, perhaps it would go on until the next day. Occasionally, there would be a large batch of berserkers surging in from Sky Mist City. As for the shamans, occasionally, a new tribe would gather together and enter from the back of the battlefield. It looked as if their numbers would never end. Su Ming took a huge step forward. Black light shone by his side and a hole immediately appeared in the center of a male shaman's brows before him. The moment he fell dead to the ground, that black light returned to Su Ming's side and laid down on his shoulders. It was naturally that strange rod snake. That snake lay on his shoulder and watched the area cautiously. Due to the murderous aura from its body, no shaman beasts dared come close to Su Ming's team. There were some who were curious about it, but no one knew the reason for it. Only Su Ming knew that all of this was because of that strange rod insect. He had a lot of guesses to what this creature was, but he still did not have an answer to it. However, he knew that this creature was definitely not an ordinary one. Just as Su Ming wanted to take another step forward, a glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. He turned his head swiftly towards Sky Mist City, and amidst the crowd fighting against each other in that direction, he saw a hunter with a black mask from the Berserker tribe walking towards them from among the people. As he walked towards them, he would brutally attack all the shamans in his way and end their lives. Even if he chose not to wear a mask, he would still be an incredibly distinct existence in the battlefield should anyone see him, because he had willpower, and that willpower had turned into his presence. That presence was not the same as Su Ming's indomitable will in moving forward, but it was instead a brutal will. When Su Ming turned to look at this person, the hunter from the Berserker tribe also saw him. There were several thousands feet between the two people, but that hunter, he could cross that distance in an instant. As the hunter of the Berserker tribe got closer, one by one, the people in the team also turned around to respectfully look him walking over towards Su Ming. You have the right to become one of the hunters of the Berserker tribe. This was the first sentence the man spoke to Su Ming once he walked over. Commander Zhou of the Southern Warzone has issued you a command. He ordered you to bring your team and head to that place. As the man spoke, he pointed towards a place in the distance. That spot was located at the very end of the battlefield, the border. When Su Ming looked over, he saw about a dozen ferocious beasts that were 1,000 feet in size over there, and around these beasts were several hundreds of shamans. In fact, there was a gigantic beast that reached 10,000 feet over there. It was floating in midair and staring at the battlefield on the ground. There was an incredibly peaceful spot over there. Not a single berserker could be seen several tens of thousands of feet around that area. That was as far as Su Ming could see. He could not see who else was within that crowd of shamans, but he could tell that those shamans were not fighting. They were just watching the battle unfold before them from a distance, as if they were protecting something within. No matter what method you use, plant this thing over there. You cannot go alone either. Commander Zhou has stressed that you must bring your team with you. The hunter from the Berserker tribe flung out an item he held in his hands, then wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming, then turned around and left. He might have remained aloof throughout the entire encounter, but as a hunter, he had incredible willpower, and only those who were absolutely powerful or were his companions could receive a greeting in the form of a wrapped fist from him. Only hunters could receive the respect of other hunters. Su Ming looked at the item the hunter from the Berserker tribe had thrown towards him. It was a black, cone-shaped thing. There was an eerie chill within it. Besides this particular trait, Su Ming could find no other clues from this item. In silence, he stared at the place where the group of shamans were in the distance and frowned. Sir, how should we get there? Wide-eyed, Yan Bo looked towards their destination in the distance. His pupils shrank. The hundreds of shamans over there were not any ordinary people to begin with, and there was also the matter about the dozen-something 1,000 feet ferocious beasts over there, along with the 10,000 feet ferocious beast floating above. There must someone incredibly important to the shamans being protected over there. It's impossible that there are no hunters from the shaman tribe following such a person. If we go there, we'll definitely run into the hunters from the shaman tribe. Ziche said in a low voice. But this is Commander Zhou's order. Who is Commander Zhou? Su Ming suddenly asked. Yan Bo was taken aback. Similarly, the former leaders of their own teams who had joined the 400-man team standing around were also stunned. All of them gave Su Ming odd looks. Uncle Master, this is the Southern Warzone. We're all in the Southern Warzone, and Jodo was appointed as the commander of the Southern Warzone by Sky Mist City. All of those in the Southern Warzone must obey his commands. But right till now, he doesn't seem to have issued any orders. Perhaps I've remembered incorrectly. Ziche quickly ended his explanation. I've never heard him issue any orders either. I never heard it. The people around them began speaking one after another, but soon, their expressions began changing, because as they started speaking, this crowd of people suddenly realized that Commander Zhou of the Southern Warzone might very possibly truly not have issued any orders before. Right then, this might be the very first time he sent his word, and the ones who received the order was Su Ming and all of them. Do we fight? Yan Bo hesitated for a moment and looked towards Su Ming. It was difficult for him to make such an important and difficult decision. He had to listen to Su Ming's thoughts on this. He was not the only one. All of Su Ming's followers around him simultaneously looked towards him and waited for his decision. If Su Ming chose to fight, then they would not retreat. If Su Ming chose not to fight, then perhaps some of them would leave, but there would still be quite a large number of them who would stay. After all, they would be defying an order. Just what is the goal of this Commander Joe? Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He did not immediately make a decision, but instead turned around and fixed his gaze in the direction of Sky Mist City. After a moment, he turned around and looked towards his target destination once more. He looked at the formidable defenses over there, and at the powerful beasts at that place. It's impossible for us to conquer that place with our number. If we want to succeed, we need more people with us, Su Ming stated unhurriedly. Yan Bo nodded. The others around him also agreed to Su Ming's point of view. Then this Commander Joe must not have given us an impossible task. There must be a reason to this battle. Perhaps his goal is for us to become stronger and conquer that place, Su Ming frowned. Could it be that this is a performance? The person who spoke was a young man who looked rather short and frail standing around them. The young man's face was covered in blood, but he had a valiant look on his face. His eyes were sparkling as he suddenly spoke. Su Ming looked towards that person swiftly, and that young man instinctively scratched his head, feeling slightly nervous. In this short period of time, Su Ming had left behind an incredibly grand image in his heart. When Su Ming looked at him, he could not help but be slightly nervous. That's right, this is a performance, and our audience is this Commander Joe. Perhaps there are other people, because that spot is empty. It's the perfect place for spectators to watch the entire performance, Su Ming said. The young man's words had chased the fog in his mind. Yan Mo mumbled uncertainly. We will fight. Why shouldn't we? Since this is a performance, then we will give them a good performance. What's the problem with that? A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He could not run from this battle, and since that was the case, he might as well fight. The moment he shouted his words, the berserkers who followed him immediately bellowed. Fight! At that moment, Joda was looking at the spot where Su Ming was in the southern war zone, and as he looked, deep anticipation appeared in his eyes. When he saw Su Ming's team begin moving towards the spot where he requested them to go, he immediately lifted his hand. There were 4 wooden slips in his hands. The 4 wooden slips were instantly engulfed in flames and turned into 4 long arcs that charged in 4 directions. One of them went to the northern war zone, another went to the western war zone, yet another flew to the eastern war zone, and the last to the capital of Sky Mist. An announcement repeated from the previous chapter for those who might have missed it. Wonder if all of you have seen that the homepage upload says we are publishing only 13 chaps per week. Dunno why it says that, honestly. Gem and I are both still doing 15 chaps per week, and we are quite a few weeks ahead, so there's no such thing as a lag in our schedule whatsoever or us being unable to keep up to our schedule. I suppose it's a bug, again. But please continue expecting 15 chaps per week from us, no matter what the homepage says. 3. If we are going to change the schedule, we will tell in a blaring announcement, in all caps, something like this, and we are not going to just cut down on the chaps without telling all of you. And now go read the preview underneath. Chapter 351, Attention. Thick green fog tumbled about above the gigantic battlefield. Rumbling sounds could be heard coming continuously from within. Clearly, the battle inside belonged only to the powerful warriors of the Berserker and Shaman tribe. They were fighting intensely against each other. The outcome of their battle could decide the progression of the battle beneath them. Yet similarly, the battle on the ground could also decide whether these powerful warriors would stay or leave. Neither one of them could be absent. It could be said that this battle was already divided into 2 sections since way earlier. One section was in the sky, while the other section was the battle on the ground, and the battle on the ground was then gradually divided by the berserkers into 4 different zones, which were the 4 war zones as per mentioned. Su Ming was in the southern war zone. At that moment, when Joda's 4 wooden slips burned up and flew into the sky from the southern war zone, there was an old man who was surrounded and protected by a lot of berserkers deep in the northern war zone. That old man's face was filled with wrinkles. He was frowning as he counted with his right hand. Occasionally, he would take a few steps forward and observe the changes in the entire northern battlefield with brightly burning eyes. The area where he stood was not exactly very high. Logically speaking, it should have been difficult for him to see the entire situation of the northern war zone from that spot, but the old man clearly used a unique method to be able to understand most of what was happening without even having the need to look. He looked as if he continued calculating with his fingers, he could find the laws governing the situation. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head, and in the process of the lifting of a hand, a bone slip appeared on his palm. That bone slip was 7 inches in length and entirely white. It looked as if it was made from a creature's tooth. The old man flung that slip out of his hands, and in a flash of white, it charged towards the battlefield in the distance before it disappeared into a spot within it. Right after he flung that bone slip out of his hand, the old man's expression suddenly changed just as he was about to lower his head and continue calculating with his fingers. A burning wooden slip sliced through the air in a whistle and arrived before him. Once it started floating in front of his head, as the wooden slip burned, the illusionary figure of Joda from the southern war zone appeared. To the easternmost part of Sky Mist was the eastern war zone, which was the spot right before Sky Mist City and also happened to be the part located right at the end of the entire battlefield. The battles within the eastern war zone were the most intense out of all the other battles on the battlefield. The berserkers within that war zone also looked stronger and tougher than in the other zones. In fact, if anyone took a closer look, then they would find that there was a sort of order within the eastern war zone. The zone might be quite large, but it felt like a complete entity. The teams fighting there were all doing so meticulously. Orders were repeatedly sent out from the center. There were hunters who were specially tasked to send the orders of the Eastern War Zone's commander to the teams. The Eastern War Zone was the area where the number of killings for shamans were the highest, but similarly, their number of casualties were also the highest. The orders sent to them usually exuded an air of unyielding mercilessness. There was a woman standing at the center of this war zone. This woman had long hair that swayed in the wind, and she was dressed in black. Her eyes were aloof. Standing by her side were around a dozen hunters from the Berserker tribe. These hunters were incredibly respectful of this woman, which was something that could not be found in Joda's side in the southern war zone. Yet if anyone looked closely, then they could tell from the masked hunters' power and the fluctuations of power coming from the arts they practiced that most of these hunters came from Western Sea Clan. Even if there were a few who were not from the clan, they would still belong to tribes that were affiliated with Western Sea Clan. The woman's identity was already widely known, and it was made even more obvious due to her appearance, because she looked incredibly similar to Tian Lan Meng. However, their presences were like two polar opposites. She was Tian Lan Meng's older sister, Tian Lan Yu. Her presence was incredibly similar to Han Fei Zi's. They were both cold as ice, but there was something different about them as well. Han Fei Zi's cold demeanor was external, because there was pride within her. That pride was one that was akin to an orchid blooming proudly in an empty valley. Tian Lan Yu's cold demeanor came from her entire being, whether it be from her actions or from the depths of her soul. She was like a block of ice that would never melt, and due to the ice sealing her soul, some beautiful lines could be seen on her soul. These lines intersected with each other to form an ice flower. That ice flower was her. While Tian Lan Meng might not be cold, but she also had her own pride. However, along that pride was an elegance, a serenity, an ethereal presence sought after in the Tao she pursued, the one belonging to immortals. 3 people, 3 different women. Compared to them, Fang Kang Lan seemed rather ordinary. She did not have pride, did not have that aloof indifference, and neither did she have that ethereal elegance, but what she had was a firm and tenacious spirit underneath that water-like gentleness. At that moment, Tian Lan Yu held a wooden slip that was no longer burning in her hands. It let out a crack and shattered, turning into black ash that floated before her. An illusionary figure of Joda from the southern war zone appeared in that black ash. My 3 fellow commanders, I have a performance here, and I would like to invite the 3 of you to watch it. It was a very simple sentence. Once Joda finished speaking, his illusion disappeared without a trace. The old man from the northern war zone frowned and looked towards the south. As for Tian Lan Yu, she completely ignored it and continued standing on her spot to pay attention to her own war zone whilst sending out her cruel orders. The western war zone, which was the closest to Sky Mist City and could be said to be the place that gave the most complete assurance when it came to the berserkers, safety also heard Joda's words from the wooden slip. The commander in the western war zone was also a woman. She was Tian Lan Meng. As a citizen of Sky Mist City, she had to become a commander just like her older sister and joined this war, one that no one knew how long it would last. A large number of the hunters from the Berserker tribe beside her were from Freezing Sky clan. However, Su Ming had never met these people. They did not seem to have come from Frozen Ice Sky but came to this battlefield with another method to protect Tian Lan Meng. Tian Lan Meng looked at Joda's disappearing figure before her and a light crease appeared between her brows. Sheg cast her gaze to the south, an action different from her sister's cold attitude. At the same time, she lifted her right hand and flung it at the space before her. Immediately, crystalline sparks appeared and gathered into a light screen in front of her. Distortions first appeared on the surface of that light screen. After some time, it gradually became clear, and that light screen projected the entire southern warzone within it. Tian Lan Meng swept her gaze through the things happening there, and with just one glance, she saw a spot that was clearly different within the southern warzone. There seemed to be a team made up of several hundreds of people over there, and they stuck close to each other as if they were one body as they fought. That team stood out like a sore thumb compared to the chaos in other places. Tian Lan Meng lifted her right hand calmly and tapped at a spot on the light screen. Once she tapped on it, the southern warzone projected on the light screen grew closer, and as it was magnified, numerous scenes of berserkers fighting against shamans could be seen flashing on the screen until the sight was eventually fixed on a small area. There was a team consisting of nearly 500 people. They moved forward like the wind and coordinated with one another with incredible rapport. There was also an indescribable presence existing among that team. Could it be that Joda wants to show me this team? Tian Lan Meng's gaze swept through the screen and she started observing each and every person in the team. As she looked at them, she lifted her right hand and tapped at the screen once more. The moving pictures became bigger once again and started shifting forward. After a moment, the tip of the team appeared in the picture. There was a person over there with lightning swimming all over his body and green light shining next to him. Like a god of war, he rained down death as he charged forward. It was this person's existence that caused this team to press forward fearlessly. The instant Tian Lan Meng saw this person, her eyes widened like saucers. Her breathing instinctively quickened and she lifted her right hand swiftly to tap on the god of war's figure on the light screen. The picture became bigger in an instant, and by then, there was only one person to be seen, Su Ming. Su Ming was there, moving forward like the wind. His long purple hair moved like waves in the air and the blood-red long robes danced in the wind. That familiar look made Tian Lan Meng momentarily stunned, but after that, a faint smile appeared on her lips. He's back. Tian Lan Meng's eyes remained fixed on Su Ming on the screen, and she continued watching him. The three commanders from the 4 war zones were not the only ones who had noticed Su Ming at that moment. There were also people in Sky Mist City who had turned their attention towards him. There were 8 old men standing on the walls of Sky Mist City, their gazes gathered on the southern war zone. This child should be the one Joda wants us to see. This child's willpower is very strong. Could it be that Joda wants to deploy a battle strategy focusing on willpower in his area of command? Let's have a look. Since he has the confidence of showing it to us, then it means that he has some confidence in it. Refining your willpower in the battlefield is nothing new. That's what our hunters are doing, but only a few people manage to do it. It's impossible that he could make the others do the same. I don't think Joda's plan will work. It was just as Su Ming predicted. Commander Zhou was not the only one watching this performance of theirs, there were also others who were watching. Perhaps there were still very few people watching them at that exact moment, but perhaps, gradually, there would be more who would notice this magnificent performance. Su Ming took a step forward in the southern war zone. Green light shone on his body, and as the small sword charged out, he lifted his right hand and formed it into the shape of a blade, then sliced down 3 times in 3 different locations. Execution of 3 evils, an art which could even kill Tai Sui. The 3 evils were also known as the 3 murders. Between heaven and earth, there were 3 forces: separation, beginning, and nurture. Separation was known as the evil of theft, beginning as the evil of disaster, and nurture as the evil of time. They were also known as the murders of theft, disaster, and time. With one slash, cut down theft, then cut down disaster, and finally, cut down time. Cut down all 3 evils like how the dragon crushes the void. After using the execution of 3 evils several times in the battlefield, Su Ming gradually found out that the art's destructive power was not really enough in a mano, but in this battlefield, it could bring out amazing effects. And with his current level of cultivation, he could already perform all 3 slashes. The battlefield, the origin of all patterns of chaos. As Su Ming moved forward, his eyes sparkled, and he brought his right hand down in a slice for the first time. The evil of theft appeared in the form of ripples that could not be seen with the naked eye, and with Su Ming as its center, those ripples started spreading out madly in all directions. In the eyes of many, winning is the main point of war, but from the patterns in the world, war is all based on a desire to rob and plunder. The winners are the reason for this calamity. My deeper understanding towards the execution of 3 evils is not the reason why it's so effective here. It's because the patterns that set up this place caused the power of the execution of 3 evils to increase by several fold. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. Once he sliced down with his palm, the ripples started spreading out, and all the shamans around them who were covered by the spreading ripples would start trembling as if they were shivering. The ripples spread in a circular area of several thousands of feet around Su Ming. Once the shamans within the area started shivering, one by one, their killing intent completely disappeared. It was as if their hearts had suddenly become heavy, as if their fear of death had instantly increased exponentially. Because their evil desire to rob people of their lives had been cut down by Su Ming. Without the evil of theft, the massacres stirred up by this battle were struck an invisible blow, and the shamans were like sailors who lost their ships and were now forced to struggle in an angry sea. The execution of 3 evils changes the patterns of the world, and as a result, the art can release a power that can destroy the sky and earth. This arcane power is the power of the patterns in the world. As Su Ming's power increased, he grew older, went through an increasing amount of things, he gained an even deeper level of understanding of many of the words he did not understand prior to this when he casted the art. I can cut through the 3 evils, but I wonder if I can also set them in place. This thought suddenly appeared in Su Ming's head, but he had no time to try it out at the moment. He lifted his right hand once again, and as he continued moving forward and slaughtering the shamans, he swung his hand down once again. This time, he still cut the air, but as he completed the slash, the ground under his feet started feeling as if it was trembling, but only he could sense these tremors. The people around him did not even notice it. Separation, beginning, and nurture. Beginning is known as the evil of disaster. Its pattern is different from the patterns that make up a person. This event itself is a disaster and has grown into a major catastrophe. Cutting down this catastrophe should originally be a good thing, but in this chaotic setup, once I cut down the evil of disaster, it'll cause a chain reaction, and it won't be a blessing but a calamity. Su Ming lifted his head swiftly. For the time being, he still could not see the changes within this small area after cutting down the evil of disaster, but he could already sense that the sky, the earth, even the blood and rocks on the ground, and the wind blowing towards them had seemingly become different. This was originally the land of the shamans, but now, as he stood there, he had a feeling that he was standing on the land of berserkers. He was not the only one who had that feeling, the hundreds of followers behind him all felt the same way. On the other hand, things were largely different on the shamans' side. Gradually, as the crowd charged forth, when some arrows flew towards them in a disorderly fashion, when some divine abilities were successfully evaded by some people and those abilities charged towards this area, assuming that once he had cut down the evil of disaster, he had changed the pattern governing the desire to kill in this place. In a bizarre fashion, those arrows and divine abilities all fell on different shamans like luck was going against them. Being killed by a stray arrow was the highest cause of death in this war zone, and at that moment, all the stray arrows were missing berserkers and falling on the shamans. Su Ming was shocked to the core, but he did not stop. The final evil among the 3 evils was that of time. Once he cut it down, a gust of wind blew across the land and surrounded the area, causing the air over there to instantly turn different, and the wounds on the shamans' bodies started becoming worse. Once the evil of nurture was gone, the sky and earth instantly stopped moving. There were many principles that still remained unclear to Su Ming, but he could still tell that once the execution of 3 evils changed the patterns in this battlefield, what unfolded before his eyes was a strange and astounding power. Kill them! Ziche let out a deep roar behind Su Ming. The berserkers around them following Su Ming swept through the land like a violent gust of wind. Everywhere they passed through, a large amount of shamans would die. Yan Bo followed soon after with a loud roar towards the sky. The hunter Su Ming is here. We call out to all our fellow berserkers, gather to us. Join us to gain glory. Join us to hunt the shamans. Yan Bo was not the only one shouting. Under his arrangements, there were more than 100 people who shouted along with him. Their voices were like waves that spread throughout the area, causing more berserkers to join them as their team continued moving forward. Su Ming did not pay any attention to Yan Bo's actions. He was right in front, killing and opening the path, bringing the people behind him to charge towards their destination. Blood and carnage filled the area. As the crowd continued moving forward and their team grew larger, under Yan Bo's arrangement, gradually, it was no longer only 100 people who shouted, but 200. The shouts coming from 200 people were stronger and contained greater piercing force as they reverberated through the battlefield. Soon, the number of people shouting grew to 300, causing the waves of sound to thunder in the air in such a manner as if it was shaking the skies. When the number of people shouting grew to 600, their voices could already envelop the entire southern war zone, causing them be heard by all the berserkers and the shamans. The hunter Su Ming is here. The hunter Su Ming is here. As the waves of sound spread and more people continuously assimilated into Su Ming's team, their numbers reached 1,000. These 1,000 people were like a crowd that contained an astonishing presence, and with that, this team was like a striking flag in the southern war zone, and everywhere they went to, they came with a presence of a tidal wave. Most of the time, when the shamans, hunters saw the 1,000-man team with the thunderous roars led by Su Ming, their expressions would change, and they would choose to avoid them. If even their hunters reacted that way, then it was even more so for the other shamans. Sir, with my abilities, even with Ziche working with me, bringing together 1,000-man team is my limit. Once we go over 1,000 people, it'll be rather difficult to control them. What do you think? Yan Bo took a few brisk steps forward on the battlefield to arrive behind Su Ming and spoke quickly. 1,000 men is fine. We will break through with these people. Su Ming turned around and cast a glance at the group. There was a huge swarm of people gathered behind him. Almost all of the 1,000 berserkers were looking at him. Su Ming did not control this team, but his actions and spirit that pressed on forward boldly gave strength to everyone. The display of his willpower caused all the berserkers following him to be able to sense it, and under its influence, he became the soul of the team. Su Ming averted his gaze. Behind him, Yan Bo and Ziche went off to pass his orders down the team. After a moment, a loud, lasting roar that shook the sky and earth shot out from the mouths of those 1,000 people. Gradually, they turned into one sound that shook the entire southern war zone, a sound that could even be faintly heard by the other war zones, a note that spoke of eradicating everything. This sound was the roars of these 1,000 people shouting at the same in the loudest voice in their lives. Kill them! With that roar in the air, Su Ming charged forward from the very front of the team, straight towards a more secluded area with hundreds of shamans in the distance. There were hundreds of shamans over there, several dozens of hunters, a dozen-something ferocious beasts 1,000 feet in size, and a gigantic beast that was 10,000 feet in size. That was a vital place to the shamans. The 1,000-man team followed right behind Su Ming. The crowd moved like a gigantic dragon on the ground, and as they charged forth, that powerful presence of theirs turned into the center of attention. Shamans withdrew out of their way, and berserkers were shocked. Under Su Ming's guidance, the 1,000-man team shot forth like a sharp arrow through the southern war zone. Joda saw all of this. He clenched his fists and his eyes shone brilliantly with anticipation. His breathing had also quickened as he continued watching. Su Ming, let me see, let everyone see just how strong willpower is. This is your performance, it is your fortune that you are in the southern war zone, and this is also my chance. If you can be the center of everyone's attention in this battle, then I will also gain their attention. If you succeed, then in the future, the southern war zone will fight in the unique manner where the hunters will serve as the leaders, forming their own teams. These different hunters will influence their teams with their willpower and fight. Just as the 1,000 team led by Su Ming swept through the southern war zone like a violent gust of wind and became an incredibly striking sight, the eyes of the Northern Warzone's commander began to sparkle. The old man who seemed to be calculating with his fingers did not need to use his eyes to observe things. With a unique art, he was able to know things as if he had seen them with his own eyes. Tian Lan Meng was also paying attention to what was happening at Su Ming's place. There was a hint of anxiety on her face as she stared at the light screen before her, or more precisely, at Su Ming inside the screen leading the 1,000 men with the presence of a roaring tiger and leaving the Southern Warzone. The 8 old men in Sky Mist City who had been talking to each other were all now completely silent. All their gazes were trained at the distance, at the long dragon formed by 1,000 men charging out of the outskirts of the Southern Warzone. As they watched, all the people paying attention to the sight could sense an indomitable spirit coming from the head of the dragon and filling up the 1,000 people within, and that spirit turned into an incredible willpower among them. The old man from Freezing Sky Clan who had taught Su Ming regarding the art of speed previously at the tip of Frozen Ice Sky was sitting on the sword. He originally did not pay too much attention to the battles in the sky and on the ground, he had his own mission. Yet at that moment, he appeared shocked, and his gaze was trained on Su Ming and his 1,000 men who had charged out of the Southern Warzone. Su Ming, the old man had extraordinary power and his gaze was like lightning. He could see that the person with the blood-soaked robes right at the front of the team was Su Ming. There was also a person sitting on the gigantic mirror belonging to Western Sea Clan, which was floating in the sky above the Southern Warzone. That person was a boy, and if Su Ming saw him, he would definitely be able to recognize at first glance that this boy was the Western Sea Clan member who had appeared during that auction. It's him. The boy's eyes sparkled and his expression changed as he looked at Su Ming traveling on the ground. Besides these people, the berserkers at the edges of the battlefield also saw Su Ming and his team charging out of the Southern Warzone into the land of the shamans, straight towards the empty spot in the distance with only several hundreds of shamans situated there. In the Eastern Warzone, Tian Lan Yu turned her head around for the first time and looked towards the Southern Warzone. Foolish, she said coldly and averted her gaze to continue conducting the battle in the Eastern Warzone. Chapter 352, I am Su Ming. There is no right or wrong in a battlefield. There is only obedience in a battlefield. Since Su Ming chose to join this battle, then he must obey Joda's orders. He had to give a magnificent performance and complete this blood experiment. When he rushed out of the Southern Warzone and appeared on that wide expanse of land, the 1,000 people followed right behind him. The area where the hundreds of shamans were was a long distance away. He could see the hundreds of shamans turning their gazes towards them and looking coldly at all of them. Sir, do you want to split up and divide the shamans' forces? Yan Bo's heart was pounding against his chest. He thought he was acting a little too crazy. He was originally just a nobody that no one paid attention on the battlefield, leading a dozen-something people to fight for his survival in this battlefield. Yet all of these things changed drastically once he ran into Su Ming. When he led 100 people, he had been satisfied. He had believed that with those 100 men under his command, he could let them kill more shamans while increasing their chances of survival to the highest degree. However, that satisfaction did not last long. Their followers increased to 200, then to 300, and their numbers grew even larger as time went by. This sort of change made Yan Bo excited, but also afraid. The instant Commander Zhou's orders came, there was only a heavy-hearted feeling in his heart, along with resignation. He wanted to flee, but the order was as solid as a mountain. Once he retreated, then his tribe would look down on him. He could not retreat. Behind him was Sky Mist Barrier. If he retreated, if the others also retreated, then the flames of battle would spread to the entire Berserker tribe. That was a sight he did not dare picture, even if he continuously told himself that this battle only happened once a century and that this fight was not the final battle. He told himself that Sky Mist Barrier would not be breached, but even so, when he truly joined the battle, he was forced to experience the brutality and terror of war. Everything was possible. I don't know the details of how I should lead them. You make the arrangements. Su Ming did not turn his head back. His eyes remained fixed on the shamans in the distance, and as he moved forward, he spoke in a low voice. Sir, my thoughts are that we don't need to change our teams. There's about 100,000 feet from here to there. Let's charge towards them just like this. Yan Bo gritted his teeth. He was worried that once they split up, some people would feel shocked by their own actions and begin to feel like withdrawing. If that was the case, it was better to follow behind Su Ming. "Are you afraid?" Su Ming asked. "No." Yan Bo gritted his teeth. "I'm not afraid either. At most, I'll just die." Ziche charged out of the crowd and returned to his spot behind Su Ming once he finished sending his orders. As he ran forward, he heard Su Ming and Yan Bo's conversation, then laughed and shouted his answer by the side. Su Ming smiled, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. As he charged forward, the 1,000-man team shot forward like the wind. That wind started blowing from beyond the area of sky mist, and as it blew, it charged straight to the crowd of shamans. 100,000 feet, 90,000 feet, 80,000 feet, 70,000 feet. As Su Ming and the rest charged, low roars could be heard coming from the team. They had completely left the battlefield and had by then turned into an incredibly unique and striking existence in the war. The instant they were 60,000 feet away from the crowd of shamans, the shamans started moving. 5 masked hunters charged forward with around 100 shaman warriors behind them, rushing straight towards Su Ming. Even if they were not the center of attention of all the people at that moment, they were well on their way towards there. Too many people had cast their gazes on them, especially those from within Sky Mist City. Besides the 8 old men on the wall, there were also others who had seen the team that had charged out of the battlefield. The tallest building in Sky Mist City was a gigantic cylinder-shaped structure. On top of it was a spherical-shaped ball that was 1,000 feet in size. It floated above the cylinder, and within the ball was a quiet chamber. At that moment, there were 3 old men sitting cross-legged inside. The old man in the middle had dry and dull skin. Only his eyes held a profundity that made him seem as if he had lived for tens of thousands of years. He looked in the direction before him, and if anyone looked from his spot, they would find that there were walls blocking his view. But it was as if the walls of the ball itself were invisible, allowing him to see every single spot on the battlefield clearly. His gaze fell on Su Ming's 1,000-man team. His eyes weren't the only ones either. The other 2 old men beside him also had their gazes fixed on Su Ming's 1,000-man team. "Most of the berserkers in the southern war zone are from my Western Sea clan," the blue-robed old man sitting to the right stated, smiling. The black-robed old man sitting to the left let out a cold harumph once he heard it, but he did not say anything. Under their gazes, the 100-something shamans led by the hunters from the shaman tribe right before Su Ming's team closed in on them at an incredible speed, and these 2 armies clashed with each other 40,000 feet away from that spot. This was an incredibly devastating battle. There might only be 100-something shamans, but they were clearly different from the ones Su Ming had met in the battlefield. Their attacks were resolute and their power strikingly different from those back in the war zone. None of these shamans were weaklings. On the other hand, while Su Ming had a lot of people on his side, their levels of cultivation were not the same. If it was not because of Su Ming's willpower that led them press on without stopping, they would have broken down a long time ago. Right then, as both sides clashed, nearly 100 of Su Ming's men instantly died. Sounds of battle echoed in the air, and the 2 hunters from the shaman tribe before Su Ming launched a pincer attack on him. The 2 hunters had power equivalent to those in the middle stage of the bone sacrifice realm. Their teamwork stopped Su Ming from advancing, but his left eye remained aloof while shining with fighting spirit, creating a stark contrast to the murderous intent in his right eye. The battle had just begun, and almost the moment his team of berserkers were injured, 5 more hunters leading another 100-something shamans charged forth from 40,000 feet away. Their arrival might not have immediately incited war, but it created a large amount of pressure on Su Ming's team. This pressure was an incredibly brilliant tactic, and its effects could even be said to rival the greatest divine abilities. What a great move! Yan Bo's face was soaked in blood. When he saw this sight as he fought, he could only let out a sigh. Courage was required to rush out of the war zone, and it was not just a tiny amount that would allow a person to do so. Yet because 1,000 people rushed out at the same time, and because Su Ming stood right in front of them, due to the force of his willpower and the general lack of change around them, there would still be people who possessed that amount of courage. However, when they rushed out, they had run into obstacles, and in an instant, nearly 100 of their own died. Once they saw a similar team of shamans rushing forth from the distance. That invisible amount of pressure was enough to make many a person's spirits crumble. At that moment, before the second wave of shamans arrived, some of the berserkers who were located further down the team began to retreat under this fear. They could see that in the start, there were only several dozens of people who retreated, and after a moment, hundreds of people no longer moved forward but chose to withdraw, and their speed as they moved back grew increasingly quicker, causing the 1,000-man team to look as if it had been split in two parts. When this scene caught Joda's eyes, disappointment filled him. The old man from the northern warzone sighed and shook his head. As for Tian Lan Meng, her face was pale. Her gaze was fixed on Su Ming alone. Right up to that moment, Tian Lan Yu from the eastern warzone had only given Su Ming's team that one glance and that one remark about their foolishness before she no longer paid any attention to them. It was as if Su Ming's team could not spark even the slightest bit of her interest. The 8 old men on Sky Mist City remained calm. The long years of their life had given them enough patience to watch the entire performance. Su Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood. With a ferocious expression, he rammed his head into the hunter's mask before him. At such a close distance, he could see the shock in the masked male shaman's eyes. Su Ming never stopped moving. He did not choose to stop the people who retreated from the team either. Instead, he used his actions to tell all these people the principle of the courageousness of coming out victorious when two adversaries met and were forced to fight each other. You can retreat once, you can retreat twice, but once you retreat thrice, then even if you don't die, you have already been abandoned by the battle. This sort of person cannot become a powerful warrior. Powerful warriors are the survivors of hundreds of battles. Only they can be remade through life and death experiences. Everyone can become a powerful berserker. With bloodshot eyes, Su Ming continuously bashed his head against the masked shaman's forehead. When the opponent let out a terrified scream and tried to swiftly charge out, Su Ming grabbed that hunter. With one rip, the hunter's body was torn apart and blood sprayed into the air like rain. But Su Ming also paid a price for this action. His injuries had worsened. Those who follow me, if you don't die even after numerous battles, then you'll have become a powerful warrior. In that bloody rain, Su Ming shouted his very first sentence ever since he rushed out to face the shamans. Ziche followed behind him madly, with bloodshot eyes. Yan Bo also followed with a roar. Even if there were deserters behind them, there were still several hundreds of people in the team. These people saw Su Ming's actions and heard his words. This was a battlefield. It was a strange place. It was strange because it was the easiest place for conviction, reliance, and respect to form. Over here, those with weak willpower would instinctively choose to follow those with strong willpower. This was a law, the law of war. I am Su Ming. I am the hunter Su Ming. I am the wielder of Sky Mist City's Night Plate, Su Ming. I have killed many shamans, and those who follow me will live and die together with me. Su Ming took a step forward and charged straight towards the other hunters from the shaman tribe. His roars shot out of his throat and reverberated in the air all around them. As Su Ming's shout reached the team, the remaining hundreds of people all lost their reason. At the moment, the matter of life and death, of retreating, and of fear were all tossed far away from their minds. The only thing remaining in their hearts was their own blood, boiling hotly and passionately. Only thing they heard were Su Ming's hoarse shouts ringing in their ears. A wave of emotion was brought into play, and as a distinct change happened among them, a willpower coming from all the people in the team appeared swiftly in that battlefield like a sharpened sword showing off its edge. Joda was visibly moved. A serious look also appeared in the eyes of the old man in the northern warzone. As for Tian Lan Meng, a brief, mystified look crossed her eyes. She stared at Su Ming, and continued staring, and staring. Tian Lan Yu from the eastern warzone turned her head around the second time and looked in Su Ming's direction. One of the 8 old men on the walls of Sky Mist City suddenly spoke. Beat the war drums solely for them. Dong, dong, dong. Once he spoke, the sounds of war drums shot out swiftly from Sky Mist City. These sounds were filled with fire. They beat only for Su Ming and his team, only roared for Su Ming and his team. Sky Mist City needs a hero, and this battle also needs a hero of the Berserker tribe. Chapter 353, The Signs of the Bone Sacrifice Realm. The roars of the war drums thundered in the air. Even the thick green fog in the sky had also started tumbling about even more intensely. It was as if the battle between the powerful warriors within the fog was near conclusion. Su Ming and his team of several hundred heard the war drums from Sky Mist City where they stood beyond the battlefield. The fiery war drums were filled with a strong penetrating force that reverberated through the land and echoed in Su Ming and the other people's ears. Those who follow me, if you don't die even after numerous battles, then you'll have become a powerful warrior. Su Ming's previous shout had fused with the roars from the war drums, causing the willpower of these hundreds of men to turn into a motivation for them to move forward without fear. At that moment, they had forgotten about death. In their eyes, they only saw Su Ming, only saw him as he continued moving forward. Where that figure was, so would his willpower be. Where that figure was, so would that presence be. At that moment, they had already attracted a large amount of attention. An increasing number of berserkers had turned their gazes towards them, and even the aloof Tian Lan Yu was also looking at them coldly. It was the same for Sky Mist City. This small team's performance had now reached its most intense moment. Su Ming charged right in front, and about 300 people followed behind him, displaying an iron will that was like a murderous dragon, a furious tiger that did not care about anything and only charged forward to kill. The idea behind the courageous one winning when two adversaries fight against each other could occasionally not be aimed at just one person, but also an entire group. Just like now, the hundreds of people right behind Su Ming were precisely like that. Their levels of cultivation may not be equal, but they had a presence that allowed them to stare at death with an unflinching gaze. There's nothing to fear about death. With blood all over his body, Yan Bo let out a huge roar. He followed behind Su Ming with a ferocious face and started fighting madly. The 100-something shamans may be strong, but no matter how strong they were, there was still a limit. If one person among the hundreds of people following Su Ming could not win against that shaman, then two of them would fight against him. If two could not make it, then they would fight with three. If the three of them could not make it, then the person who was the most grievously injured would definitely grit his teeth and choose to self-destruct. That force triggered by the self-destruction, the thunderous rumbles, and the level of devastation brought by the fights were much more grand but tragic compared to the battles elsewhere. Courage was needed for a person to self-destruct. That courage needed was usually more than what was required to kill someone or what was required to be killed. This was a personal choice, and that person would need to struggle with his own thoughts, would need true courage before he could do it. Perhaps there would be plenty of times where many people did not have this sort of courage, but on a battlefield, even if someone did not choose to self-destruct, there was a high possibility that he would not be able to leave alive anyway. A true man would rather die and bring his enemy down with him. Booming sounds reverberated through the air. The sounds of explosions caused by self-destruction continuously rang out. The vicious smirks before their faces shattered, the final words they said before their bodies exploded drove the others on, stirred up all the berserkers who were watching them. In the midst of the war drums roaring in the air, as the hundreds of berserkers fought on madly, as Su Ming charged forward right at the forefront of the team, a large number of shamans died in this close-quarter battle. Death was just one of the things that happened to them. More importantly, for the first time, their gazes as they looked at Su Ming became tainted with fear. It was impossible for them not to fear. In the face of all those eyes filled with madness, in the face of all these people who, if they did not manage to kill them, would definitely choose to rush forward and trigger a self-destruction once they were gravely wounded, how could they not be afraid? Su Ming's battle was also horrifying to watch. His right arm was already a bloody mess, and blood poured down from his chest. His hair was in disarray, and a deep sense of fatigue continuously spread through his entire body. However, his eyes remained clear. His left eye still retained that aloof gaze, and his right eye was still shining with that bewitching shade of red. His hair had already turned purple due to the blood, and even if it was twilight, he was still eye-catching. He had already activated his full speed. As he moved forward in a flash of light and his followers continued chasing after him madly, the group of shamans remaining after most of their companions had died began to crumble. It was the breaking down of their minds, a signal that they wanted to back down. The remaining 30-odd shamans, including the 2 hunters left, chose to retreat simultaneously. They chose to gather together with the second wave of warriors who were swiftly rushing towards them from the back. They were afraid. The berserkers had also paid a huge price. Besides the people who had run away previously, now, there were only 100-something berserkers following behind Su Ming. These 100-something men were all covered head to toe in blood, were all looking ahead with bloodshot eyes shining with a freezing glare, were all heroes. The instant these 30-odd shamans began retreating, Su Ming panted harshly and lifted his head. Suddenly, he took a huge step forward with his right foot. With that one step, his afterimage was left behind on the ground, but his body seemed to have shot through space itself, and they could see clearly that a layer of blood mist suddenly appeared in the air not too far away from the 30-odd shamans who were running away. Almost the instant that blood mist appeared, Su Ming, with a brief distortion of his body, stood beside the two hunters. Su Ming's appearance was incredibly bizarre. Once he appeared, his legs started rapidly turning into a bloody mess. That layer of blood mist just now was due to his body being unable to withstand the effects of him activating that sort of speed for far too many times, and that layer of blood mist appeared when a part of his body exploded. Along with his appearance came a strong gust of wind that lifted up the desolate air on the ground and charged straight towards the two hunters from the shaman tribe. With a thunderous roar in the air, one of the hunters was caught completely off guard and shivered. What awaited him was his world turning upside down, because his head had been sliced off cleanly by Su Ming's palm. That hunter should not have been so weak, but his mind had been broken during the previous battle, and he had also seen the reinforcements during his escape. The instant his mind broke down and he became relaxed, Su Ming's extreme speed brought about his doom. However, he was still a hunter. Almost the instant his head was sliced off, his body exploded. He'd chosen to self-destruct when he knew he was already dead. The act of the hunter triggering a self-destruction was borderline madness, because there were other shamans around him besides Su Ming. Su Ming bore the brunt of the attack, but the instant the force of the explosion rammed into him and he was pushed into a crisis, while he had no idea whether it was just a misconception on his part, but at that brief instant, he had a feeling that the sacrificed bone he obtained from Han Mountain's ancestor melted a little. However, it had just melted a tiny little bit. Su Ming did not have time to mull over it. He activated his speed once more and quickly retreated. In a moment, he disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already right in front of the remaining 100-odd berserkers. Almost the instant he appeared, thunderous booms shook the sky and earth. The hunter's self-destruction had dragged in many others into the explosion, causing a lot of shamans around him to be unable to dodge it. Shrill screams of pain filled the air, and about a dozen of them died or were injured. Blood flowed down Su Ming's mouth and he staggered, coughing out a huge mouthful of blood. His face was stark white, and the world before his eyes became clouded. He only managed to hang on after gritting his teeth. His heart pounded against his chest. The feeling he had during the explosion made his eyes lit up. By then, he was already very certain. During that instant just now, that bone within his body had indeed melted a little. He stood there and looked ahead. Behind him were his 100 followers, and before him were the first wave of shamans who suffered a huge blow to their numbers, along with the second wave of shamans who were closing in on them rapidly. Su Ming, the hunter. Su Ming, the hunter. No one could say who exactly was the first to start the chant among the 100 berserkers behind Su Ming, but soon, almost every single one of them began roaring at the top of their lungs. Their eyes burned with fervor. They had seen Su Ming's final act, seen that head in Su Ming's hand right now. Joda took a deep breath in the southern war zone and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He had seen Su Ming's final act and heard the mad cries from the 100 berserkers behind him. Tian Lan Meng stared at the light screen before her blankly, looking at a certain figure on it. She looked at his blood-soaked robes and the many parts of his body that had turned into a bloody mess, then she bit her lip, was immersed in her own thoughts. As for the old man from the northern war zone who had been calculating with his fingers, he had also become visibly affected. Only Tian Lanyu frowned, remaining as aloof as ever. The sounds of the war drums from Sky Mist City grew even more heated. The old men standing on the wall were no longer speaking, but were simply staring at the spot where Su Ming was. The three people sitting in the ball floating on the gigantic cone in Sky Mist City had also sunk into silence. Su Ming's level of cultivation was not the cause for their attention. In their eyes, he was very weak and could be finished off with just one blow. They were looking at the willpower that enveloped the 100 people, the willpower that was brought to them by Su Ming as their leader. What they valued was Su Ming's resolution and determination, along with that courage of his. Su Ming handed over the head in his hand to Ziche, who was standing behind him, and panted harshly. At that moment, the second wave of shamans were already less than 10,000 feet away from them. They would be here soon. Behind him, the 100 berserkers were already exhausted. They had fought for an entire day, some even longer. Compared to these well-rested shamans, they were at a disadvantage. He could already imagine that once the second wave of shamans rushed over, there would be very few of his companions left. Especially when this was only the second wave. There would still be a third wave, and the dozen-odd 1,000 feet beasts, and also, the 10,000 feet inferior sacred beast. The performance has ended. Ziche, Yan Bo, take them and withdraw back to the southern war zone. A resolute look appeared in Su Ming's eyes when he suddenly opened his mouth to speak. Ziche was momentarily stunned, and Yan Bo instantly looked towards Su Ming. But sir, Commander Zhou, retreat. Su Ming gave Yan Bo a look. Su Ming's one single glance made Yan Bo fall into silence and nod his head. He gritted his teeth, but there was no need for him to lay out the order. Su Ming's words were heard by all the 100-something berserkers. I want all of you to live. Now, retreat. Ziche, you move back as well. This is the order of the 9th summit. Ziche gritted his teeth and nodded. Chapter 354. Dark Light from the Stone Fragment. When the second wave of shamans charged over, many people did not expect that the 100 berserkers behind Su Ming would rapidly retreat under Ziche and Yan Bo's lead. Almost the moment they chose to retreat, displeasure instantly appeared on Zhou's face and he frowned. As for the cold Tian Lan Yu, scorn appeared in her eyes, and she was just about to avert her gaze to no longer pay any attention to them when her pupils suddenly shrank. Because she saw one person standing there even as all the other berserkers retreated. He stood there, right in between the retreating berserkers and the advancing shamans. At that moment, this person was like a ravine between the sky and earth, separating the crowd of people who were advancing and retreating. Su Ming did not retreat. This is a performance, a bloody performance. Since you want to see it, since all of you want to see it, then there's no need for so many people to die. I will perform for you. Su Ming stood there and turned his head around to look towards the southern war zone. He could somewhat see that there was a person over there staring at him solemnly. Since I decided to join this battle, then I will do my part. I will obey your orders, but I will use my own ways to obey them. Su Ming averted his gaze from the southern war zone and looked towards Sky Mist City. My actions and will all belong to me. No one, absolutely no one, can interfere with them or impose their will on me. Not DTN from the Void, not Joda from the Southern War Zone, and if I don't want to, not even Sky Mist City. Besides the blood light and aloofness in Su Ming's gaze, there was also a wild and untamable will. That untamable will was one that would not submit to any of the wishes in the world. It was a light that would not bend down to any power. I have already reached completion in the Awakening Realm, and there's only a slight distance left for me to reach the Bone Sacrifice Realm, but that small distance has always been difficult for me to conquer. What happened just now was definitely not a figment of my imagination. Perhaps this is my chance to break into the Bone Sacrifice Realm from the Awakening Realm. If I can completely melt that berserker bone in my body, then perhaps I will be able to reach the Bone Sacrifice Realm. After going through so many things from Dark Mountain right up to the war between the shamans and berserkers now, Su Ming had finally grown up. He was no longer a teenager, but was now a fine young man. Not only did his body grow, but his spirit did as well, and due to the birth of his willpower, Su Ming was like a new man who now had determination within him. He had been like a wooden puppet who was bound by a cord, and now, that cord was showing signs of snapping. He had obtained his own thoughts, obtained his own will, and obtained the courage to press onward resolutely. He turned around and looked at Sky Mist City. Around 7,000-something feet behind him were several hunters from the shaman tribe at the peak of their form, leading over 100 shamans. There was a strong will to kill in their eyes. These shamans came like an army and stirred up the dust on the ground that was not overly soiled by blood. As the dust flew into the air, they seemed to have turned into a gigantic and hideous mouth in midair that wanted to devour Su Ming, who was blocking their path as they swept across the land. Su Ming had his back against the shamans. The 100 retreating berserkers were several thousands of feet before him. As these people retreated, they began to realize one by one that Su Ming did not follow them. Gradually, they slowed down. Some of them even turned back to look at him standing behind them. When they saw Su Ming, they also saw the flying dust and the murderous shamans behind him. "Don't turn back, retreat to the war zone," Su Ming bellowed. There was a will contained within that bellow. Perhaps that will would not be as effective on the other berserkers, but to these 100 who had followed and fought with him, the existence of that will turned those words into the strongest voice in their lives. "Go back to the war zone and wait for me there." When Su Ming's voice reached the crowd, he turned around. At that moment, the advancing shamans were already less than 4,000 feet away from him. They could already see each other's faces clearly. If you charge forward when you face a powerful warrior, it is a form of courage. If you charge forward when you face hundreds and thousands of powerful warriors, it is still a form of courage. Perhaps someday, you will come to understand how it feels like. Su Ming lowered his head and his elder's words echoed in his head. The shamans were getting closer. In the blink of an eye, they were already less than 3,000 feet away. 2,000 feet, 1,500 feet, 1,000 feet. The instant these shamans were only 1,000 feet away from Su Ming, he lifted his head and a low roar flew out through his lips. In an instant, he charged forward. "A life and death crisis can make the berserker bone in my body melt. I need to be exposed to a stronger danger and go through an even harder trial of life and death. Only then can I make that berserker bone melt completely, and only then can I attempt to sacrifice my bones." At that moment, he reached his absolute fastest speed ever since he joined the war. A strong gust of wind howled in the air. Su Ming was so fast that in an instant, he had traveled several hundreds of feet. He was now very close to that group of shamans. This is a very difficult task to complete. Even if everyone died, it would still be very hard to finish this task. There's only one way, and that is for me to use this extreme speed to go to that place and place this cone there. With my speed, it's not impossible for me to do it. I can even return alive, but the others can't. Besides, in this sort of danger, that berserker bone in me will definitely melt. Faster. I need to be faster. Su Ming shouted in his heart. Banging sounds echoed from within his body. Under his willpower and with that unique method of refinement, his speed increased explosively once more. At the same time, due to the increase of his speed, he could clearly sense that the berserker bone in his body melted a tiny little bit. It's still not enough. I'm still too slow. I have to be faster so that it'll melt even more. Su Ming felt his spirits lifting. He knew that his theory was correct, and now, the only thought in his head was to become even faster. The desire of wanting to become faster fused with his thoughts, turning into his will. With this will, the strange black stone fragment hanging on his neck suddenly let off a dark light. The origins of that stone were unknown, and at that moment, it was glowing with a dark light as if it had sensed Su Ming's will. It was just like that time when he received his berserker's initiation before Dark Mountain's statue of the god of berserkers. Due to his desire to become a berserker, that black stone had shone with a dark light and tricked the statue to acknowledge Su Ming's blood as good enough to become a berserker. Right now, the feeling Su Ming obtained from the dark light was the same as the one in the past. That dark light shone, and Su Ming suddenly felt as if his body had turned into wind. That feeling came too suddenly, and soon after, his whole body was wrecked with a pain as if he was being ripped apart. His speed increased explosively, and he left behind an afterimage right before the incoming shamans. A violent gust of wind howled and blew against them, and pained screams came from among the shamans. There were even some of them who seemed like they had exploded without reason. The incoming gust of wind was so strong that it was like a typhoon. After a moment, Su Ming had already appeared behind the crowd consisting of over 100 shamans. He did not stop and charged straight towards that 10,000 feet gigantic beast in the spot that the shamans were protecting. Besides the howls of the wind in his ears, Su Ming could hear nothing else when he used that extreme speed. The feeling as if he had turned into wind became stronger. However, Su Ming knew that this was definitely not a speed he could achieve. That black stone fragment had used the same method it did all those years ago when he was in Dark Mountain. It had, in some unique and unknown way, turned him into the wind. He was the wind, and even his heart and mind were immersed in the feeling of having turned into it. There was no need for him to resist, no need for him to let wind seep through his body, because he had already become a part of it. His will was the wind's will, and wherever he was, so would the wind be. At that moment, he was 35,000 feet away from his destination. Su Ming did not notice that at that same moment he had the feeling as if he had turned into the wind. His body was letting off a dazzling light. That light was as blue as the sky during the day. Similarly, he did not notice that as his body shone with that dazzling blue light, the berserker bone left behind by Han Mountain's ancestor in his body was melting away at a nigh inconceivable speed. That bone belonged to a powerful berserker in the bone sacrifice realm. Its existence had let Su Ming manifest almost 1,000 veins and had also let his power increase at a much faster rate in the awakening realm compared to the others. Right then, there was only a tiny portion left of the bone compared to before, but as it continued rapidly melting away, in an instant, it completely dissolved. As it vanished, a large amount of energy filled Su Ming's body, causing his power to explode forth and his speed to increase even more. But that was not all. As Su Ming's speed increased, the feeling as if he had become the wind turned stronger. His spine was rapidly absorbing that energy into it, and the blue light on his body actually came from his spine. The feeling if he had turned into the wind was not just a figment of his imagination. In truth, at that moment, there was indeed wind stored in his body. That wind should have passed through his body once it crashed into him, but as Su Ming's spine shone with that blue light, absorbing the energy in his body, the wind did not come out from within him, it was instead sucked in at a mad pace by his spine. It was as if it had turned into a black hole. Su Ming also did not see that the rolling green fog in the sky was tumbling about intensely like angry waves at sea. As booming sounds continued coming from within, a burst of energy seemed to be charging forth from all directions in the sky to press on that green fog that contained the powerful warriors, as if it wanted to crush it. Thunderous roars came from the sky. Those violent sounds shook the earth and sky, almost becoming the loudest sound in the battlefield at that moment. Many people averted their gazes from Su Ming and instinctively looked towards the sky. Yet that one look brought about a wave of shock that not only affected the berserkers, but the shamans as well. Chapter 355, The Change in the Sky. As the green fog tumbled about in the sky, it looked as if a pair of invisible hands were plunged deep into the fog, and with one vicious tear, ripped it apart. That layer of fog disintegrated completely, and as it scattered around the area, the three powerful shamans within retreated with an expression of shock on their faces. The 5 powerful berserkers also quickly fell back with the same expression. It was as if the green fog in the sky was ripped into shreds in an instant and was tumbling backwards in all directions, and as it did so, the black sky was revealed. In that sky, they could see clearly that there were rays of blue light shooting out towards them from the distance, and as the light appeared, the originally dark sky turned blue. Yet that shade of blue was different from the blue hue of the day. It was a dark blue filled with a strange solemnness. At the same time, whistling sounds appeared out of thin air in the sky. Those whistles sounded as if someone was singing, as if someone was roaring, and though people could not discern it, they could still feel an indescribable wave of pressure rapidly gathering in the sky, then descending upon the land and spreading in all directions. The deity statue of bone sacrifice. Someone instantly cried out from among the 6 powerful berserkers who were falling back in the sky. This is the sign of the deity statue of bone sacrifice about to descend upon us. The deity statue from the Great Yu dynasty is crossing over through space to come here. Someone has reached a breakthrough in the battlefield and has called upon the deity statue of bone sacrifice. The 6 powerful berserkers were not ignorant fools. With just one glance, they already knew that someone had reached the bone sacrifice realm. This should have just been a trivial thing to them, but at that moment, their expressions had revealed that this was definitely not something minor. A normal berserker breaking through the awakening realm to reach the bone sacrifice realm definitely won't be able to summon the deity statue of bone sacrifice. The only way for the deity statue of bone sacrifice to appear is through the birth of a divine general in the bone sacrifice realm. One of the 8 old men watching the sky from the walls of Sky Mist City commented in a hoarse voice. And this is its true self. If it was just a projection, then it would definitely not have the power to tear apart that fog, neither would it create a pressure so mighty it could put a stop to their battle. This is its complete, true form. Someone actually managed to summon the deity statue of bone sacrifice to reveal its complete form. From what I can remember, there is only one berserker who managed to summon the deity statue of bone sacrifice in its complete form in the past 1,000 years. Just who is it that managed to summon the deity statue in its complete form? Even if a divine general in the bone sacrifice realm was to be appointed, only half of its true self would show up. But now, the deity statue is here in its complete form. In this year, the second true divinity of the land of South Morning has appeared. Compared to these powerful berserkers making their guesses regarding the change in the sky and their knowledge towards it, while some among the tens of thousands of people on the ground already had an inkling of what was happening, most of them were still in a daze and did not know what was happening. They were filled with shock in their hearts as they looked at the sky. At that moment, Joda had also shifted his gaze to look at the sky. His attention was no longer on Su Ming. On the entire battlefield, only Tian Lan Meng and Su Ming's 100 followers still had their eyes glued on him. Only they were looking in his direction. Su Ming's entire person had turned into a dazzling ray of blue light. That blue light existed in itself. The people could only see the light and not see what was inside it. As that blue light flashed, Su Ming's speed continued increasing, and in an instant, he was already only 10,000 feet away from his destination compared to the 35,000 feet from a moment ago. Everything else had turned into a blurry mess besides his destination in Su Ming's eyes. He only saw a woman 10,000 feet away with groups of people around her to protect her. That woman wore a long robe and was also looking at Su Ming elegantly. She was not a breathtaking beauty and could only be called as pretty and clean. There was a colorful feather stuck in her hair, and she wore no other accessories in her long locks. Her gaze was profound, as if it contained some unknown power that could make all those who fell into her line of sight feel as if they had sank into her eyes and could not get out. When Su Ming was 10,000 feet away from the woman with his current speed, the sky had already turned into a dark shade of blue. Under that dark blue hue, the entire sky turned into a giant vortex, and as it spun rapidly, an indescribable pressure descended upon the land swiftly. With that pressure, the shamans and berserkers on the ground were no longer able to continue fighting. The berserkers were not the only ones who felt respect growing from the depths of their hearts under that pressure, the shamans were the same. For the first time, a ceasefire had appeared on the battlefield. Only Su Ming continued moving towards the only place that existed in his eyes. However, there were only a few people who were watching. Even most of the shamans had their eyes turned towards the strange sight in the sky. When Su Ming was 8,000 feet away from the woman, a powerful and brilliant light that illuminated the entire ground shone out from the center of the giant vortex in the sky. That light was blue and covered the entire land in an instant. Almost the moment that strong blue light illuminated the land, a deity statue of 10,000 feet slowly descended from within the vortex. The deity statue's light shone far and wide. Its face could not be seen clearly, but as it appeared, it was as if even time was forced to stop. That incredible pressure made all the berserkers on the ground immediately prostrate themselves on the ground. They were not the only ones. Visible struggle appeared on the shamans' faces, but without being able to control themselves, they also prostrated themselves on the ground. It was as if the existence of the deity statue could make not just the berserkers revere it, even they had to show their reverence towards it. At that moment, if there was a foreigner who looked down from the sky, he would definitely not be able to tell just who was a berserker and who was a shaman. They looked as if they belonged to one race and were battling against each other for two different causes. The only ones who were not kneeling down were the powerful berserkers with truly incredible power. They were standing in midair in Sky Mist City, and while their expressions were respectful as they looked at the deity statue in the sky, they were not too deeply awed by its might and pressure. Besides these people, the ferocious beasts were also not kneeling down, along with the woman with the long hair dancing in the air. She was standing alone underneath a 10,000 feet sacred beast and in the middle of the dozen over ferocious beasts, while everyone else besides her were prostrating on the ground. That woman was even lifting up her hand and picking up a lock of her hair that was dancing in the wind. There was a ring on her finger. The berserker bone in Su Ming's body had completely dissolved and was absorbed into his spine, which had also sucked in an endless amount of wind. That wind disappeared into Su Ming's body, causing him to be so fast that with one move, he already appeared 5,000 feet away from that long-haired woman. Right then, the 8 old men who had their heads lifted as they stood on the walls of Sky Mist City to observe the change in the sky suddenly experienced changes in their expressions. Gradually, looks of disbelief and shock appeared on their faces. They were not the only ones who reacted this way. The 6 powerful berserkers and the 3 shamans all reacted the same way. The pressure has increased. The pressure that had originally existed in the sky as the deity statue of bone sacrifice descended suddenly increased. At the same time, the center of the vortex in the sky suddenly started spinning backwards. In an instant, the direction of the vortex completely changed, but that was not all. The vortex even started spreading in all directions while emitting huge rumbling sounds, surpassing the presence of the deity statue's appearance. It spread to an area so wide that it did not just go past the entire battlefield, but also went past the entire Sky Mist City. This is the sign of the deity statue of Berserker Soul appearing. Someone from the 8 old men standing on the city walls immediately cried out in surprise. As he spoke, a shocking boom came from within the vortex in the sky as if the sky itself had shattered. A small part of a deity statue that could not be described with words slowly peeked out from within. It was just one small part, and it already made the entire land tremble, made all 9 of the powerful warriors from the shaman and berserker tribes floating in the sky to rapidly retreat and fall to the ground, as if they could no longer stay in midair. That small part that was revealed was shining with a brilliant red light, and it could be seen that this was just an edge of the very bottom of this deity statue whose size was completely unknown. It was just an edge, and it was already showing off such a powerful might. If the entire deity statue descended upon them, then the pressure alone might cause several tens of thousands of people on the battlefield to burst apart. The deity statue of bone sacrifice and the deity statue of berserker soul had appeared together. This sight had completely surpassed everyone's expectations. This strange sight was never recorded in any ancient texts, and when it appeared, it made all those who saw it be struck dumb with awe. Once that small part of the deity statue of Berserker Soul came out, the deity statue sank down several inches once again, and even the powerful berserkers in the Berserker Soul realm could not withstand this pressure and were forced to prostrate themselves. Just what is going on? Why is this happening? Could it be that someone had just gone straight from the Awakening realm to the Berserker Soul realm? This is just what is the reason behind 2 deity statues appearing at the same time. Just as everyone's minds were thrown into a confused mess and the war was suspended because of this incident, a small voice came from within Sky Mist City. This is the Wind Berserker, he is the first to receive his legacy. That voice was ancient, as if it had traveled far along the passages of time. That voice spread in all directions and fell into all the ears of the powerful berserkers in the Berserker Soul realm. As for the others, they could not hear it. Divine generals in the bone sacrifice realm are different from the divine generals in the awakening realm. They have some slight divisions of class between them, and the true divinity has the highest class of them all. The will of the true divinities had disappeared along with the first god of berserkers, and their will now only exists in an indistinct haze. I have some information regarding the true divinities remaining in my fragmented memories. There are 4 classes of true divinities. The head is wind, and what comes next is cloud, then lightning, and finally fog. Scions of cloud, lightning, and fog have appeared throughout the ages, but the Wind Berserker has never appeared. Now, the scion of the Wind Berserker has appeared. Because only the first scion receiving his legacy from the deity statue of bone sacrifice will have the true form of the deity statue of Berserker Soul appearing to anoint him personally. If that person dies, then the subsequent scions of the Wind Berserker won't find this happening to them. When the deity statue of Berserker Soul revealed a small part of itself from the gigantic vortex, Su Ming was less than 2,000 feet away from that woman. Chapter 356. Thou art the Wind Berserker. Affected by the pressure from the deity statue of Berserker Soul, the dozen-odd ferocious beasts lurking around shivered as they knelt down. They did not stop Su Ming. In truth, even without the appearance of the deity statue of Berserker Soul, with that rod snake, Su Ming could still pass through these ferocious beasts safely. This was also the reason why he came alone and why he was not afraid of these creatures. In a flash, Su Ming was only 1,000 feet away from the woman. The 10,000 feet ferocious beast floating in midair was also retreating while shivering under the pressure from the deity statue of Berserker Soul. The woman still remained calm. As she looked at Su Ming charging towards her, uncertainty and confusion appeared in her eyes, but in an instant, those emotions turned into surprise. "It's you." That was the first sentence spoken by that woman. The moment she said those words, a complicated look appeared on her face, along with a hint of pity. Destiny. At that moment, Su Ming had stirred up a violent gust of wind with that indescribable speed as he charged through the shamans who had lost all power to resist and were shivering as they prostrated themselves on the ground. The instant he arrived at his destination and the very moment he was about to stab that black cone in his hands into the ground, those two phrases, the three words from the woman fell into his ears. Destiny. It had been a long time since Su Ming had heard that word. The instant he heard it, his body trembled, but he did not stop moving his hand and threw the cone onto the ground. The woman did not stop him during the entire process. Su Ming did not plan to take the woman's life either, because while the woman was standing along over there, the presence coming from her gave Su Ming the feeling that she was an incredible threat to him, but strangely, even though she was a threat, there was also a hint of familiarity that he could not describe. That familiarity was just like when he had met Sima Xin in the past and when he met Han Mountain's ancestor all those years ago. The two phrases, those three words echoing in his ears made Su Ming's heart lurch. Just as he was about to retreat once he accomplished his task, he lifted his head and looked at that woman. The complicated emotions and pity in the woman's eyes made a bang go off in Su Ming's head. This was not the first time he had heard of the word, destiny. He had already etched that word into his heart a long time ago, and that was why while he was shocked, the bewilderment and lack of knowledge he had when he heard that word from Han Mountain's ancestor was absent. Instead, as those rumbles went off in his head, Su Ming's heart went through an intense transformation. He had finally found another person who called him destiny. This was a chance that Su Ming had been waiting for a very long time. He was no longer a teenager, neither was he an immature child any longer. He had already experienced many things, and these experiences had allowed him to grow up, to gain his own will. "Is my little sister all right?" he suddenly asked, but the instant he opened his mouth and spoke, the black cone he stabbed on the ground suddenly shone with a black light. That light shot outwards and covered the entire area, and as if it knew where Su Ming was, it charged towards him. A powerful force of absorption came from that black light. From Su Ming's experiences, he could tell with one glance that the black light was not harmful to him. What was contained within was a power akin to that of relocation. Clearly, Jota had already thought of a way of retreat for the person carrying out the mission when he gave it to them. Judging by the area it surrounded, the relocation was not limited to just one person. It could cover all the berserkers in its area and quickly relocate them. Almost the instant that black light enveloped Su Ming, the woman heard his question. She was stunned, then gave him an answer that made him feel as if his soul was devoured by millions of lightning bolts. To her, Dao Chen, you, the woman instinctively said the first half of her sentence before her expression suddenly changed drastically. Terror appeared in her eyes and she took a few consecutive steps backwards. Su Ming's breathing quickened. He had asked that question to test whether the voice in his dreams truly existed and was really connected to him. Even though the woman had not finished her sentence, Su Ming had understood. His body was swallowed by the black light, and in an instant, he disappeared from the land. The instant Su Ming disappeared, suddenly, a voice that shook the sky and earth came from the deity statue of Berserker Soul that had revealed a small part of itself in the air. There was not a hint of emotion in that voice as it echoed in all directions, only aloofness and mercilessness. Thou art the Wind Berserker. Thou hast fulfilled the laws governing the true divinities set by the first god of berserkers. I shall grant thee the name of the Wind Berserker. Make haste to the great Yu dynasty and receive the true spirit. When the voice spread in all directions, Su Ming, who had originally disappeared with that black light, was suddenly surrounded by a ray of blue light and appeared in the sky above the battlefield, right underneath the deity's statue of berserker soul that had revealed a small part of itself. Confusion appeared in Su Ming's eyes, but that confusion soon disappeared. He forced down the emotions that had stirred up due to the woman's words. Right then, as he looked at the small part of the deity statue revealed under the endless vortex, a strong wave of pressure crashed into him. The strength of that pressure was one Su Ming had never encountered in his life, but he could tell that this pressure did nothing to his body. Almost the instant he appeared, the countless number of berserkers on the ground all saw him appearing, but what they saw was different for each of them. Most of the people could only see a piercing blue light. They could not see Su Ming's face within. There were only a few who could see his face. One of them was Joda. Qian Lan Meng also saw him. The old commander of the northern war zone saw him as well, and even Tian Lan Yu's expression changed. She, too, saw him. The old men from Sky Mist City also saw Su Ming in the sky. It should have been the same for the shamans since the berserkers saw him, but the moment Su Ming appeared in the sky, a cold harumph came from within Sky Mist City. That harumph started off weak, but as it begun, it stirred up a large amount of ripples that echoed in the world. If it had been some other time, the appearance of these ripples would not have been anything, but now, with the mighty pressure coming from the revelation of a small part of the deity statue of berserker soul that seemed to have sealed off all power in the world, it could be seen that the person who let out that sound was incredibly strong. That cold harumph had still managed to cause this amount of ripples. The sound of that harumph echoed in the ears of all the powerful shamans, causing their minds to instantly begin ringing. Their vision became clouded, and as if all their senses had been sealed off, they found themselves unable to see Su Ming. If this sort of power was used during the battle just now, it would have brought about miraculous effects, but it never happened. Clearly, casting this sort of divine ability was not easy. Su Ming stood in midair and looked at the deity statue that had revealed a small part of itself in that gigantic vortex. He could not hear that harumph. All he could hear echoing in his ears were the deity statue's cold words. A huge storm had stirred up within him and his heart started pounding against his chest. Among all the living things in this land, including this deity statue, only Su Ming himself knew that he was not that Wind Berserker. He was not the Wind Berserker. If he was, then it was impossible that he would not have noticed anything prior to this. If he was, then he would have definitely not needed such a long time to understand the concept of speed. He would also not have needed to repeatedly train and refine his body to withstand that sort of speed. He was absolutely certain that he was not that so-called Wind Berserker. However, that deity statue, so mighty that it made him feel like an ant, had just stated without a doubt that he was the Wind Berserker. This made Su Ming's heart race, and at the same time, he remembered how the black stone had shone with that dark light when he willed himself to become faster so that he could make that berserker bone melt. It was that dark light that had turned Su Ming into wind, causing his speed to arrive at an extreme pace that had surpassed his previous attempts. Deceiving the world, huh? It tricked Dark Mountain's statue of the god of berserkers in the past, allowing me to gain the method to practice the ways of the berserkers so that I could become a berserker, and this time, it deceived this deity statue. Su Ming was taken aback for a moment, and he found himself somewhat in disbelief. It's lying to the deity statue so that it thinks I'm the Wind Berserker. Just as Su Ming sank into a state of shock, the voice of the deity statue of berserker soul appeared in his ears once again. Thou art the first Wind Berserker. By the will of the first god of berserkers, I shall grant thee the provenance of wind. This item is no longer in the world, and was refined personally by mine own master, the first god of berserkers. As the deity statue's voice echoed in the air, a crystalline light shot out of the vortex in the sky and went straight towards Su Ming. In an instant, it fused into the center of his brows and started dissolving once it entered his body. When it started dissolving, Su Ming trembled. He could feel the presence of wind within his body. The power of that gust of wind was so strong that it dried his throat right when he noticed its presence. Thou art the first wind berserker. By the will of the first god of berserkers, I shall grant thee the wind separation/art. That aloof voice echoed in the air, and another ray of crystalline light shot out from the vortex to disappear into the center of Su Ming's brows. Thou art the first wind berserker. By the will of the first god of berserkers, I shall grant thee the crystal of inheritance. The crystal of inheritance was clearly an incredibly valuable item. It shone with a dark blue light and descended slowly from within the vortex, then went before Su Ming as if it wanted to fuse into the center of his brows. Yet the moment it touched his forehead, the crystal suddenly started shaking violently as if it wanted to retreat. At the same time, a change instantly appeared in the voice of the deity statue of berserker soul that seemed to be coming from within the vortex. Thou art not. The instant the deity statue of berserker soul spoke, Su Ming swiftly lifted his right hand and grabbed the crystal of inheritance that was shivering and withdrawing from his forehead. At the same time, he began rapidly shouting in his heart. Deceive it. The two encounters had allowed Su Ming to gain a vague sense of the black stone fragment's other uses. As he shouted in his heart, that stone shone with a dark light once again. During that one single flash, Su Ming had already grabbed the crystal of inheritance and put it away into his storage bag. Thou art the wind berserker. Su Ming's heart pounded against his chest. He was feeling slightly nervous at the moment, because once the deity statue of berserker soul finally finished handing him all the things that belonged to the wind berserker, the eyes of the true and complete form of the deity statue of bone sacrifice right underneath the small, exposed part of the deity statue of bone sacrifice began shining with a brilliant light. Thou art the scion of the wind berserker. Thou hast fulfilled the first law set by the first god of berserkers for those in the bone sacrifice realm. I shall grant thee, the southern barren square cauldron. Make haste to the great Yu dynasty to obtain it. Chapter 357, Bone Sacrifice. The voice belonging to the deity statue of bone sacrifice was devoid of emotion and filled with indifference as it echoed in Su Ming's ears. Su Ming's heart was pounding intensely against his chest, and he felt a hint of nervousness within him. He was nervous because he knew that all of this should not have come into his possession. Yet due to some unforeseen circumstances, all of these things now belonged completely to him. He also obtained the legacy of the wind berserker and everything that belonged to a wind berserker because of this. The fusion of the provenance of wind had especially allowed him to clearly feel a gust of wind that was different from the wind in the world around him. While he might not be able to control that wind at will, once he refined it, he would definitely be able to stir up strong gusts of wind within him that may or may not be the same as the wind in the world. Once he managed to do it, then his speed would surely reach a level so amazing that the mere thought of it was making his heart pound in excitement. This alone was extraordinary in itself, but he had also obtained the wind separation/art. That art had also fused with the center of Su Ming's brows and was left deeply etched into his memories, like a brand. It was the strongest wind-related divine ability among the berserker tribe, wind separation. Su Ming had only glanced through the art in his head, and was already shocked by its level of strength and terrifying presence. Although this art was not his own creation, but its power was definitely anything but ordinary. After all, this was an art personally created by the first god of berserkers. It was a legacy art he created for the wind berserker under his command. Su Ming's throat was dry, because besides these two things, he had obtained the even more important crystal of inheritance. That item was now in his storage bag, and just now, the instant he grabbed it, he sensed the astonishing life force and power within the crystal. If he could obtain that power, then he would definitely be able to instantly reach another level of cultivation. It was a pity that the crystal of inheritance possessed a strange sensory ability. It was the first to notice that there was something off about Su Ming. If the black stone fragment had not shone once again with that dark light, he would have been exposed. The surprise came too suddenly, and Su Ming felt a little overwhelmed. Once the title of the Wind Berserker was bestowed upon him, the voice of the deity statue of bone sacrifice immediately followed suit and reverberated in the air. Thou art the scion of the Wind Berserker. Thou hast fulfilled the second law set by the first god of berserkers for those in the bone sacrifice realm. I shall grant thee the illusionary armor of bone sacrifice. Make haste to the great Yu dynasty to retrieve the true armor. As that aloof voice spread out, The blue light on the 10,000 feet deity statue shone, and a ray of light shot out from the center of its brows straight towards Su Ming. When it surrounded Su Ming, the divine general armor of the awakening realm automatically manifested on his body. The black smoke appeared in the form of threads and swirled around him, fusing rapidly with the blue light. The black smoke and blue light blended with each other. Gradually, that black shade disappeared, and a dark blue armor appeared on Su Ming's body. That armor looked incredibly mighty, covering Su Ming from head to toe. In fact, judging by its looks, his armor was about the same as the divine general armor he'd seen Bai Chongzai wearing in the past. The divine general armor of the awakening realm could not even hope to be at the same level as this. This was just an illusionary armor to boot. The true armor would definitely be even more outstanding. Yet even now, the string of gifts bestowed onto him had not ended. Thou art the Wind Berserker. Thou art the Wind Berserker. Humming sounds appeared in Su Ming's head. He listened to the words bestowing those gifts to him, but felt that it was a pity that all of them were in the Great Yu dynasty and that he needed to go and obtain them himself. Yet even so, those gifts were already enough to make all those people who heard go mad with envy. Thou art the scion of the Wind Berserker. Thou hast fulfilled the laws set by the first god of berserkers. Thou wilt sacrifice thine bones now. The 10,000 feet deity statue of bone sacrifice spoke with a thunderous voice, then lifted its gigantic right hand and pointed towards Su Ming. That gigantic finger looked to be about several dozens of feet in size, and it was charging straight towards Su Ming. Su Ming did not dodge. He already had a similar experience when he awakened, and he did not want to deny sacrificing his bones either. After all, he knew that he did not exactly obtain his identity as the Wind Berserker through the regular way. Sacrifice my bones. I want to sacrifice my bones. A bright light appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He wanted to become stronger, wanted to obtain great power, because only by doing so could he become a powerful berserker and gain the right to be above all wills. Only then could he be his true self and search for the answers he wanted, to open his eyes and look at a world no one else could see. That finger closed in on Su Ming in an instant and touched the center of his brows. Although it came charging with an incredibly mighty presence, when it tapped the center of Su Ming's brows, its touch was as gentle as the wind. That one touch made Su Ming's body tremble furiously. He could feel an indescribable wave of energy swiftly surging into his body, charging into him with a force like a hot knife cutting through butter and starting to flow through his veins. Once it circulated through his body 9 times, that wave of energy let out a huge bang and rushed straight into his spine. A person's spine was different when he was an adult compared to the time when he was a child. Normally, a child's spine was formed by 33 vertebrae, but once that child became an adult, he would only have 26 vertebrae. But due to the differences between people, there were also some who had a different number. Su Ming's spine was formed by 26 vertebrae. The spinal cord formed from 26 vertebrae was now trembling under the power coming from the deity statue of bone sacrifice. It absorbed that power, and had even absorbed that berserker bone Su Ming had obtained earlier. At the same time, it had also sucked in an endless amount of wind. Su Ming's chi had dissolved and turned into the power of awakening when he awakened in the past. That power of awakening was stored within his body like blood and flowed through him just like blood. If he needed it, that power would also burst forth from within with incredible strength. However, the bone sacrifice realm and awakening realm were completely different from each other. This was not just an increase in power, it was also a change of realm, and even his body would have to go through an astounding transformation. Bone sacrifice. Bone sacrifice. The meaning of these words was to sacrifice the bone in a berserker's body, and that bone was the spine. The ancients of the berserker tribe believed that the most important part of a person's body was the spine. As if connecting the sky and the earth, it allowed a person to stand and allowed people to be known as humans. The spine could also let people summon an explosive amount of strength, and at the same time, it was also the pillar of the mind. It supported a person's will in his body. It was the source of everything in a body. The blood solidification realm in a berserker's cultivation was to continuously manifest their blood veins so that the berserker tribe's source of the power could burst forth from within their body. As they continued gathering that power and as their blood veins increased, it would cause their blood to become purer as if it was refined. This was the goal of blood solidification. Only by doing so could the power of awakening be born from that pure blood when a berserker awakened, a power that was akin to blood and was stored within the body, a power that could not be seen but could be felt. This would be the first time the person would use the power of the berserker tribe's blood, which would allow awakened berserkers to fly and draw their own berserker mark. With their berserker mark, they could stimulate the very basic level of power from their blood. The bone sacrifice realm was different. This realm required a deeper level of utilization and application towards the power of the berserker tribe's blood. Due to the belief of the berserker tribe and the importance they placed on the spine, they placed all the power of awakening in their bodies onto a piece of bone on the spine with a unique method. At that time, when that bone had absorbed all the power of awakening, it would go through a transformation, and as it continued to be refined and sacrificed, it would turn into a true berserker bone. Only then would that berserker be considered to have entered the bone sacrifice realm. The powerful berserkers in the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm were not that much different from the berserkers who attained completion in the awakening realm. There were still not too many obvious changes. After all, if there was only one bone that was turned into a berserker bone, the power of the bone sacrifice realm could not be revealed. As long as a berserker had turned one of the vertebrae into a berserker bone, he would be considered to have reached the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm according to the stage division among the berserker tribe. However, it was precisely because of this that the subsequent refinements would be increasingly more difficult. When a berserker obtained his or her second berserker bone, then that berserker would be considered to have arrived at the middle stage of the bone sacrifice. If he or she wanted to arrive at the peak of the middle stage, then 13 berserker bones were required to do so. This was also the reason why Su Ming could kill those in the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm and even some in the middle stage. Yet if he ran into the powerful warriors in the middle stage of the bone sacrifice realm, Su Ming's battle would be incredibly arduous. He would need to use all his attacks in his disposal with all sorts of combinations to be able to put up a fight. Once a person had 14 berserker bones, then he would be considered to be in the later stage of the bone sacrifice realm. The powerful berserkers in that stage could be said to be at the most magnificent moment of the bone sacrifice realm. Their power could usually turn them into the rulers of an area. That sort of glory would reach its peak when they obtained 25 berserker bones in the later stage of the realm. In fact, the people in that stage would be considered the strongest among all those below the berserker soul realm. This was because the completion of the bone sacrifice realm was to offer all 26 vertebrae in the spinal cord and turn them into true berserker bones, and once they did so, it would be as if they had opened a path between heaven, and from a mortal they would become a saint. However, the sacrifice of the 26th berserker bone was too difficult. Even if by a pure stroke of luck a berserker obtained a great opportunity and managed to offer up the 26th berserker bone, once it appeared, he or she must immediately attempt reaching the berserker soul realm. There was only one chance. If that person succeeded, then he or she would arrive at the berserker soul realm and become one of those who had reached the highest level among the 4 great realms in the berserker tribe. If that person failed, then his or her entire spine would be crushed into dust and disappear into nothing, and he or she would instantly die. The completion of the bone sacrifice realm was like a cord of life that bound all the berserkers who had reached that realm. If they managed to break free, they would turn into saints. If they did not, they would die. That was why there were many who did not dare try and were willing to stop at 25 berserker bones, becoming the strongest among all below the berserker soul realm. Su Ming had already known about these things regarding the bone sacrifice realm when he was at the 9th summit. As his body shuddered and the deity statue's power surged into the very first vertebrae at the top of his spine, that piece of bone started transforming rapidly, and gradually, it became different from his other bones. It shone with a dazzling blue light that shot out of Su Ming's body and spread in all directions. If anyone looked from the distance, they would see that his entire body was covered in blue. The speed of the transformation was so quick that in the span of a few breaths, that bone was utterly transformed and turned into Su Ming's very first berserker bone. Chapter 358, That 1000th Blood Vein. The instant the first berserker bone appeared, sweat broke out on Su Ming's forehead, because during that instant, he felt that everything within him, his blood, his power of awakening, everything, including his own life force, had surged into that recently appeared berserker bone. It was as if that berserker bone had turned into a void and was devouring everything madly. Su Ming's body started withering away rapidly. His cheeks became sunken and his flesh was shriveling swiftly. In just a few moments, he became thinner. Everything about him was absorbed by that berserker bone. However, Su Ming did not resist. He continued standing there with a calm gaze. That berserker bone only stopped absorbing his life force when a third of it was sucked away. The instant it stopped, the blue light shining on it gained an intensely piercing glare. It just absorbed a third. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Although he had become thinner and did not have his full strength any longer, he had a feeling of power that came because he had obtained the berserker bone. It may seem contradictory, but in truth, that moment of weakness was only temporary. As for the strength he felt, it was because he had broken through the awakening realm and become a true, powerful berserker in the bone sacrifice realm. The entire world had become different in his eyes. Right then, he could see a faint, gigantic shadow in the vortex in the sky, something that he could not see before. That was the true self of the deity statue of berserker soul hidden within the vortex. He saw now that the world was not perfect. There were numerous fine cracks on it that were exuding an ancient presence. These cracks did not just appear, but had existed since the start. He also saw He Feng, who he could not find earlier. He had already changed to another body and had turned into another berserker on the ground. He stood there with sparkling eyes, immersed in his own thoughts. It was as if he did not notice Su Ming's gaze at all. Besides that, Su Ming could also sense a vast amount of power in the world. That power belonged to the world itself. He could see it, but he could not use it. Bone sacrifice. When you offer up your bone and turn it into a berserker bone, you will be able to begin controlling the vast amount of power in the world, Su Ming mumbled, and understanding formed in his mind. At that moment, silence had washed over the berserkers and shamans on the ground. They were looking at the sky, and even though they could not see Su Ming's face, the strange sight and the deity statue's cold words allowed them to understand just what sort of fortuitous event that person whose face they could not see was going through. They also knew that this person had broken through the awakening realm and arrived at the bone sacrifice realm. The shamans were also watching. The humming sounds were reverberating through the powerful shamans' minds, causing them to be unable to see Su Ming's face. The only people who could see Su Ming were the few people in the berserker tribe. However, they could only see his face. Under the pressure of the deity statue, they could not see too many changes happening within Su Ming's body and could only make their own deductions based on the presence they felt. It has ended. Once he inherits the legacy of the Wind Berserker, he will become a true divinity of bone sacrifice. The only person who could make Sky Mist's ancestor help him conceal his appearance, even though the ancestor is in isolation, can only be the true divinity of bone sacrifice. But he has a long way to go. Inheriting the legacy requires time. Becoming stronger also requires time. It could depend on him alone whether he can become a powerful berserker at Bai Chongzai's level. Tian Lan Meng could also see Su Ming. Joy could be seen in her eyes as she looked at him, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. The cold Tian Lan Yu was still frowning, but she kept her gaze trained on Su Ming. This was the first time she met this person on this day, but he had already left an incredibly deep impression on her. It did not matter whether it was when he led the charge with his 1,000 men, or when he stayed alone with a steadfast resolution, or even when he had turned into most striking sight in the battlefield. All of these were things she could not ignore. However, the person who had the most complicated feelings would definitely be Joda. He never expected that the person he valued and the same person he arranged for the performance this time would turn out to be a true divinity of bone sacrifice. It has ended. He now has a berserker bone and has become a berserker in the bone sacrifice realm, someone from the 8 old men standing on the walls of Sky Mist City slowly remarked. Most of the others had the same opinion. This matter would end here and then, and it would be followed by the 2 deity statues' departure. After that, perhaps the battle would continue. Yet at that very moment, Su Ming, who was right beside the deity statue of bone sacrifice, suddenly started shining with an even stronger blue light in the sky. That light was incredibly striking, and as it shone, surprised eyes immediately looked over. This is the sign of the second berserker bone appearing. Almost everyone who just broke through the awakening realm can only use their power of awakening to complete the sacrifice of one berserker bone. Could it be that he? What's his name? Which tribe or clan did he come from? How many blood veins did he manifest when he awakened? Could it be that the power of awakening he managed to accumulate within himself when he awakened had far surpassed a normal awakened berserker? That must be. Look at him. He was just a berserker who had reached completion in the awakening realm just moments ago, and he could already kill those in the bone sacrifice realm. That's already enough to tell us what is going on. Surprise appeared on the 8 old men's eyes. His name is Su Ming, and he is from Freezing Sky Clan. When he awakened, he had manifested 999 blood veins. That old voice that had spoken just a moment ago traveled out once again from Sky Mist City. That voice was still sent out in a manner that only a few limited people among the Berserker tribe could hear it. Once those words were spoken, Tian Lan Yu's expression was the first to change. Disbelief appeared on her face, and she was not the only one to react like that. Joda reacted in the same manner and even sucked in a sharp breath. The old monsters in the Berserker Soul Realm who would usually not appear but were now in the battlefield as the absolute strongest Berserkers found themselves with a spark in their eyes. When he sacrificed his first Berserker bone, he had only used up about a third of the power in his body, the old voice said once again, causing all the people who heard to turn their gazes sharply towards Su Ming. At that moment, once the first vertebrae in his spine had turned into his first Berserker bone, the blue light that had been covering Su Ming's body all along suddenly grew even brighter, and the source of its sudden increase in intensity was his second vertebrae. The blue light shining out from the second vertebrae could only mean one thing. When Su Ming awakened, the power of awakening that was stored within him had far surpassed the amount contained within a normal awakened Berserker. If they looked into it, they would find that this was directly related to the fact that Su Ming had 999 blood veins during the blood solidification realm. He was already standing at the very top of the blood solidification realm when he was still at that realm, and along with the Berserker bone from Han Mountain's ancestor contained within him, Su Ming's power far surpassed all his peers when he awakened. With the addition of his creation art and Tian Xiezi's guidance, the instant he arrived at the bone sacrifice realm, all the potential within these things exploded forth. That was the meaning of letting all his accumulated strength surge forth at the same time. The abundant blood veins during blood solidification and the dense power of awakening in the awakening realm had caused Su Ming to have a seventh of his strength remaining after completing the sacrifice of his first Berserker bone. That power was enough for him to offer his second Berserker bone as a sacrifice. After all, he would only be at the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm if he had just one Berserker bone, but if he had two, then he would be in the middle stage. It was not as if there had been no one who managed to do this in Berserker history, but there were just too few people who managed to do it. This required a very solid foundation and an incredibly great stroke of luck. None of these could go missing. Right then, as the blue light on Su Ming shone with that intense glare, his blood and everything else started withering away once again. A large amount of his blood and life force were being sucked away at a frightening speed by the second, newly appeared Berserker bone. The first Berserker bone had only required a third of his blood and life force, but the second Berserker bone simply continued absorbing those things even after absorbing another third of it in the blink of an eye. Clearly, the price required for each new sacrificed Berserker bone would increase exponentially. Su Ming could feel his body rapidly weakening, but in exchange for that moment of weakness was a great power. The moment the second Berserker bone was about to appear in his body, it brought about an indescribable feeling, and Su Ming could also sense that vague power in the world even more clearly. It was a power that existed everywhere, a power that could not be sensed by those in the awakening realm. Only those who had reached the bone sacrifice realm would be able to sense it due to the Berserker bones in their bodies. However, they would need to be in the later stage of the bone sacrifice realm to be able to control it even somewhat. Only those in the Berserker soul realm would be able to completely control the power of the world. Su Ming felt as if he had fused together with the world. It was as if he had become a part of it. Perhaps it could even be said that the world was a part of him now. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming's body had already largely withered away. Just when he appeared so fragile that he looked beyond recognition and there was only a 2/10 of life force and blood left within him, the second berserker bone finally revealed itself completely on his spine. The instant it did, Su Ming let out a long howl towards the sky. That howl shook the sky and spread out in all directions, stirring up a wave of ripples that spread out with a rumble. The decline of Su Ming's body and the feeling of power, these two contradictory senses fused together and spread all around him along with that howl. Two berserker bones. The progression of events had far surpassed the expectations of the berserkers underneath. They had originally thought that Su Ming had reached his limit when he sacrificed the two berserker bones. Even Su Ming himself had thought the same thing, until the moment there was only a 2/10 of his blood, life force, and power of awakening left within him. All the blood vessels in Su Ming's body swelled up rapidly and appeared on his skin. They looked incredibly hideous, like there were green centipedes crawling all over his body. That was what it seemed like, but if anyone took a closer look, they would be able to tell that all the blood vessels on Su Ming's body had grouped together to form a twisted blood vein. It was a green vein, a vein that contained fresh blood. It was the vein that Su Ming did not choose to manifest in the past, but in truth, it had still come to him. It was hidden in Su Ming's blood, and now, it had turned all the blood vessels on his body into the 1000th blood vein. Chapter 359, Turning Aura to Liquid. The 1000th blood vein. It had always existed, but Su Ming did not know about it right up to this moment. If when he arrived at the bone sacrifice realm, he'd been satisfied with just one berserker bone, that 1000th blood vein would not have appeared. If he'd chosen to stop after the second berserker bone appeared, it would also not have appeared. However, even if he did not say anything, his decision was reverberating in his heart like a shout. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become a powerful warrior, the type that would dominate over all other wills, a presence that no one could control in the world, an untamable person over whose decisions no one could place any control, whom no one could force to obey to their will. He wanted that third berserker bone, wanted to fulfill his will when the deity statue of bone sacrifice was still there, wanted to use its strength and go forward a few more steps at the moment he had just arrived at this realm. This was Su Ming's desire. That 1000th blood vein appeared due to his desire. Almost the instant it appeared, the third vertebrae in Su Ming's spine burst forth with a powerful blue light. That blue light penetrated through his body and covered a circular area of 1000 feet around him, causing the sky, the area underneath the vortex, and the side of the deity's statue to be completely dyed in blue. What powerful greed, but it's a good sort of greed. 1000 blood veins, 1000, send my orders out. Su Ming will now be a child of Sky Mist. The old voice from Sky Mist City seemed to be letting out a long peal of laughter that boomed in the air. At that moment, all the people who could see Su Ming's face clearly were shocked to the core. He actually has 1000 blood veins. This is something that hasn't happened in the Berserker tribe for a very long time. How could it be possible that we have never heard about him when he has such potential? It doesn't matter how famous he was previously, from now on, he will be the center of attention in the land of South Morning. Su Ming did not know what was happening underneath. At that moment, all his attention was placed on the third, recently appeared and rapidly transforming, berserker bone. At the same time that the berserker bone started transforming, the 2/10 of his remaining blood and life force were continuously devoured. The appearance of the 1000th blood vein also delivered a large amount of energy incessantly, and gradually, when all the blood vessels on Su Ming's emaciated body sank back down and disappeared into his skin, at that instant, a deep wave of weakness filled his entire body. Yet it was also at that moment that the third berserker bone appeared within him. As the three berserker bones shone, the powerful feeling coming from within them allowed Su Ming to feel the vast amount of power in the world, even if he had his eyes closed. He could now sense the power in the world even more clearly now. This power existing in the world, this aura that exists in every corner, I should be able to use it, Su Ming mumbled. At that moment, he was in a state of weakness he had never been in before. In fact, he felt as if he could be blown away with just one gust of wind. His body was as dried up as a corpse. That was the price of sacrificing his bones. There was a certain amount of time required before he could recover. However, once he recovered, he would definitely be unable to use a method such as this to manifest another berserker bone, because without the strange power existing within the deity's statue of bone sacrifice to create pressure and solidify his power, it would be impossible for him to reach the bone sacrifice realm from the awakening realm. He had only one chance, and it depended on him on just how much he could seize. The next time the deity statue appeared would be when Su Ming reached the Berserker Soul Realm. Of course, the premise would be that he managed to reach it and not die when he attained completion in the bone sacrifice realm. After all, to most people, the later stage of the bone sacrifice realm was their final target. When Su Ming closed his eyes and went on to sense the power of the world, the deity statue of Berserker Soul that had revealed a part of itself started showing signs of disappearing from the vortex in the sky. The deity statue of bone sacrifice also started becoming transparent, as if it was about to disappear. The pressure on the land also started fading away. Before long, the world would return to normal, and it would mean that the serendipity Su Ming encountered this time would also be over. As the pressure disappeared, some of the people on the land stood up, though with great trouble. However, their eyes still remained fixed on the sky to look at the indistinct person covered in blue light. Time passed by, and the deity statue of Berserker Soul in the vortex had mostly disappeared. Judging by its looks, it would fade away completely in a moment. The deity statue of bone sacrifice was also about to disappear completely. Su Ming still had his eyes shut. He was incredibly weakened at that moment, and he felt exactly like the time before he had become a berserker and was just a normal tribe member. Yet the more weak his body was, the clearer he could sense the power of the world existing around him. He gradually discovered that while he might be weakened, but he did not seem to be completely crippled. It was as if there was still a presence existing within him. However, it was very weak and was usually an insignificant existence in his body due to the power of awakening. However, as the power of awakening faded, it slowly started to gain prominence. That was the refined aura. It was the aura stored in the opened path within Su Ming's body which allowed him to gain his divine sense. This is the art of aura refinement. It's the other cultivation method I named after I perceived and learned it from He Feng. Su Ming opened his eyes. He was not sure whether it was a figment of his imagination, but he could feel that the aura in the passages within his body was rather similar to this power in the world. This similarity made him recall having a familiar sort of feeling when he first obtained this refined aura, and it was the reason why he named this art aura refinement. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. That aura contained within the opened path in his body now stood out prominently to his senses. With a glint shining in his eyes, he opened his mouth and took a deep breath. That one inhale allowed him to clearly feel the aura in the passages of his body starting to rapidly circulate within him. The instant that aura swiftly circulated through his body once, the power of the world surged towards him and he sucked in a huge breath of it. That one breath of power from the world made Su Ming's body suddenly swell up. The life force and blood he'd lost was also somewhat restored. But that was not all. More importantly, Su Ming could feel that the aura contained in the passage became several times stronger, and was now swimming through his body rapidly like a dragon. Su Ming was slightly puzzled, but he knew that he did not have a lot of time to think about it. The two deity statues were about to disappear. He immediately opened his mouth wide and sucked in another breath. This time, once the power of the world went into his mouth, his body filled up and all his blood and life force was instantly restored to full, but at the same time, a sharp pain that was almost unbearable appeared within him. Once again, the aura in that opened passage became much stronger, and as it circulated within him, it almost connected with the power of the world. Almost the moment Su Ming made this move, the expressions of the three powerful shamans on the ground changed drastically. Their pupils shrank, their eyes were fixated to the sky. Although buzzing sounds were going off in their minds and their divine senses seemed to be sealed off, their bodies could still sense the changes within the power of the world. The force coming it charging forward gave them the impression that the person in the sky was not a berserker in the bone sacrifice realm, but one in the berserker soul realm. The expressions of the old berserkers in the berserker soul realm also changed to ones filled with disbelief and shock. That's the power of the world. He can actually control the power of the world. This is a power only those in the later stage of the bone sacrifice realm can marginally use, and only those in the berserker soul realm can control. Just how did he do it? There's something off about him. Su Ming's life force and blood recovered, and the feeling as if he was about to explode became stronger, causing him to lift his head and let out a howl towards the sky. When he did so, blue light burst forth from the fourth vertebrae on his spine. The instant the blue light spread out, the two deity statues that were about to disappear suddenly stopped vanishing. Instead, they gained physical form once again. As their bodies materialized, Su Ming's body immediately started withering away under that unique pressure they used to help those who were about to arrive at the bone sacrifice realm. The blood and life force contained within his recovered body due to the power of the world surging into him were instantly sucked away by the fourth berserker bone, and he started shriveling up at a rapid speed. Excitement appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had never expected that his unintentional act could bring him such great serendipity. His heart pounded against his chest, and when his body started withering away, he opened his mouth towards the sky and sucked in a large breath once again. The power of the world surged towards him as he inhaled and was sucked into his mouth. It allowed his body to recover once again, and at the same time, his newly restored life force and blood were absorbed by the fourth berserker bone. On the other hand, the aura that was like a dragon coursing through the opened path in his body swelled up, and its head connected with its tail as it continued circulating in his body. The instant the aura's head connected with its end, Su Ming closed his eyes and his body lurched forward. A large amount of black ooze was immediately forced out of his body, making it seem as if he had just gone through another metamorphosis. With that metamorphosis, the opened path in his body instantly swelled up, and the connected aura within it also rapidly merged together. Then, Su Ming sensed that once the aura gathered together as if it was pressed into each other, it started turning into droplets of liquid. His aura had turned into liquid. His body also changed because of this. He became even more slender than before and lost all the characteristics of a member of the berserker tribe. His hair, too, became longer and his skin turned so fair that it looked as clear as crystals. A unique temperament came from within him. It was a quiet air, but at the same time, strangely captivating. Right at that moment, Su Ming opened his eyes. His gaze held a profundity within that seemed to be able to suck in all things in the world, and at that moment, his temperament became astonishingly similar to that of the female shaman who had called him Destiny moments ago. It was as if they were cut from the same cloth, as if they practiced the same cultivation method. It was also at that moment when Su Ming opened his eyes that he finished sacrificing his fourth vertebrae and turned it into a berserker bone. If I'm going to aim for something, then I'll definitely aim high. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the two deity statues above him. A hint of madness appeared in his gaze as he mumbled under his breath. Chapter 360, Power of the God of Berserkers. Su Ming spread his arms wide. He had already tried to absorb that power from the world once again, but once the aura in that open path in his body turned into liquid, it seemed to have temporarily become saturated and could not take in any more power. Yet Su Ming did not want to give up just like that. While staring at the two deity statues that were gradually fading away once again, a glint appeared in his eyes and a large amount of lightning started swimming all over his body. In the blink of an eye, those lightning sparks covered Su Ming's entire body, causing that blue armor of bone sacrifice on him to be filled with crackling bolts that wandered all around it. Since there's a wind berserker and a fire berserker, then could there be a lightning berserker? It's a pity that the fire berserkers have been destroyed by the god of berserkers from what I remember, so I can't reveal that power easily under the deity statues. If that is the case, I only fulfill the criteria of the lightning berserker. I just don't know whether lightning berserkers existed under the command of the first god of berserkers. Lightning sparks flashed all over Su Ming's body and thunder roared with an intensity that shook everything in all directions. The appearance of lightning on his body instantly caught the attention of all the people on the ground. Although most of them could not see his face, they could still clearly see the bolts of lightning and hear the crashes of thunder. What does he want to do? That was the question that arose within almost all of their hearts. The people who could see Su Ming's face clearly were also surprised and baffled by his actions. Deceive it, Su Ming cried out in his heart, turning that cry into wind and pushing it into the black stone fragment. The stone instantly started glowing with a dark light that covered Su Ming swiftly before it disappeared. The instant it did so, the bolts of lightning on Su Ming's body instantly became larger by several dozens of fold. Then they started spreading, and in a blink of an eye, they had already covered a circular area of nearly 10,000 feet. It looked staggering. However, Su Ming knew that this was all fake. It would be incredibly difficult for his origin vessel to call out such powerful lightning. All of this was a mere illusion and contained no power. Nonetheless, his heart was racing against his chest. He stared at the deity statue of Berserker Soul, but before him, the deity statue of Berserker Soul did not show any signs of stopping in gradually fusing into with vortex in the sky and dissolving. Disappointment appeared in Su Ming's eyes and he sighed. Looks like there's no such thing as a lightning berserker. Yet at that very moment, the deity statue of bone sacrifice that should have also disappeared started rapidly gaining physical form from its initial dissolving state. The pressure that had largely vanished prior to this instantly reappeared right away. The gigantic deity statue slowly turned its head around and looked at Su Ming. Thou art the lightning berserker. The moment these 5 words were said, extreme ecstasy appeared in Su Ming's eyes. However, the entire battlefield on the ground experienced an emotion different from his ecstasy. The instant those 5 words were said, a powerful buzzing sound broke out on the battlefield on the ground. It was a storm that was created once all those gazes filled with disbelief and cries of surprise filled with inconceivability fused together. Lightning berserker. Isn't he supposed to be the wind berserker? Why did he turn into a lightning berserker now? Could it be that he's the wind berserker and the lightning berserker at the same time? How could this be? The 8 old men on the city walls sucked in a sharp breath and shock appeared on their faces. They looked at each other with confusion. The wind berserker and lightning berserker are the same. Just as all of them were caught in a state of disbelief, the 10,000 feet deity statue of bone sacrifice in the sky spoke with a thunderous voice that reverberated through the air. Thou art the lightning berserker. Thou hast fulfilled the first law set by the first god of berserkers. Thou art not the first scion, but for that, I shalt grant thee the origin of lightning. As the deity statue of bone sacrifice spoke, it lifted its right hand as if it was grabbing something from the sky. Instantly, thunder rumbled and a bright red bolt of lightning appeared on the deity statue's right hand. It flung that bolt of lightning towards Su Ming. The red bolt of lightning howled as it charged, and in the midst of all the excitement Su Ming felt in his heart, it seeped into the center of his brows and disappeared. Thou art the lightning berserker. Thou hast fulfilled the second law set by the first god of berserkers. I shalt grant thee, the 9 thunderous destruction art. Thou art the lightning berserker. I shalt grant thee, the crystal of inheritance. When the deity statue of bone sacrifice spoke up to that point, it suddenly stopped and sank into silence. It only started speaking once again after a long while. The lightning berserker already exists. In accordance to the 3rd law set by the first god of berserkers, the crystal shall be split into 2, and will only be whole once again when they fuse together. Those words were followed suit by the deity statue lifting its right hand once again and seizing the air. A crystal that was half the size of a fist immediately appeared in its hand. That crystal shone with sparks of lightning, and there was even some blood on it. The deity statue flung the crystal out, and it charged straight towards Su Ming. Due to the incident that happened when he was appointed the Wind Berserker, Su Ming took a step forward without any hesitation and grabbed the remaining half of the lightning crystal of inheritance. The instant his hand touched it, a shocking, thunderous boom resounded in his head. That thunderclap contained a roar that seemed to have traveled from a distant land. That voice was filled with a sort of madness, and dripped with hatred along with murderous intent. I am Kai Lei Tian from the Eastern Wastelands. I don't care who you are and I don't care what method you used to snatch away half of my lightning crystal, you're dead. I'll definitely find you. Give me back my lightning crystal. The hatred contained within that voice seemed to have passed through space itself, causing Su Ming to feel shocked. A glint appeared in his eyes and he tightened his grip around the lightning crystal, then put it away into his storage bag. Thou art the lightning berserker and also the wind berserker. Thou hast fulfilled the first requirement of the 9 requirements to inherit the power of the first god of berserkers. I shalt grant thee a portion of the power belonging to the god of berserkers. This power can be used twice to destroy heaven and earth. The final words spoken by the deity statue of bone sacrifice could be heard by all the people on the land, and in that instant, it was as if their voices were swallowed by thunder. An abrupt silence fell among all of them. The deity statue of bone sacrifice lifted its right hand and its entire right arm turned to dust. Within it was a strand of hair that charged towards Su Ming. It was just a strand of hair, and it already gave Su Ming a feeling that the sky had crumbled and the earth had cracked. A booming sound went off in his head, and he found himself barely able to stand. If he as the receiver felt that way, then it was much more so for the others. The instant that strand of hair appeared, all the people underneath could not help but prostrate themselves on the ground once more. Even that long-haired woman turned pale, and as her body trembled, she was forced to kneel down. Even the old monsters in the Berserker Soul Realm were forced to do so. There was no one on land who was not prostrating on the ground. Even the ferocious beasts were doing the same thing. Su Ming stared at the strand of hair coming towards him blankly. It tied itself around his right index finger 9 times, making it seem as if it was deeply etched into his finger. A power that made Su Ming's skin crawl burst forth from that finger. The strength of that power was so great that it gave him the false impression that he could blow apart the sky with one jab of that finger, and with another jab, destroy the earth. This was a small portion of the power belonging to the first god of berserkers. It was also at that instant that Su Ming knew he took too much. Even if he had obtained the legacy of the lightning berserker, it would still have been fine for him. He could have continued staying there and not be worried about those from the berserker tribe harboring ill will towards him. However, he did not expect that once he obtained the legacy of the lightning berserker, he would be able to draw forth words that could make all berserkers go mad. The legacy of the first god of berserkers. The legacy of the first god of berserkers could only mean one thing. It could even be said that all berserkers knew clearly what it meant, a new god of berserkers. It was especially so for the old monsters in the berserker soul realm. The appeal of becoming the god of berserkers could be said to have overridden all their other desires. Perhaps after the first god of berserkers died, not a single person who had become the scion of 2 true divinities had appeared over a long period of time. That was also why no one had been able to fulfill the first rule set to inherit the power of the first god of berserkers. Then it was only natural that no one knew the first god of berserkers had left behind such a legacy. This would become a piece of information that would cause a stir in the entire land of South Morning. It would be known to all the powerful berserkers in South Morning, and that information would spread among the shamans in a very short period of time and cause a sensation as well. This would mean that he, Su Ming, would be thrown into an indescribable situation. The price of this would be that he would have to face death with every move he took, and it would be far more dangerous for him compared to the battles during war. The shamans would definitely want to kill him just in case. There would definitely be a lot of people who would want to capture him among the berserkers as well. After all, Su Ming was the only one who had ever fulfilled the first rule among the 9 rules set to inherit the power of the first god of berserkers. They might be able to find more clues from his person. Even if those were just clues, it was enough to drive a person mad. It was a heavy price, but it also gave Su Ming ample rewards. Although it was just 2 jabs, the power of the first god of berserkers coming from Su Ming, right index finger at the moment made him believe wholeheartedly that even those in the berserker soul realm would turn into dust under the power of that jab. It's a bloody legacy. This is a trial for the scion, a cruel trial. A pained expression appeared on Su Ming's face, but he absolutely would not choose to regret it, even if he could already clearly feel the greed within the pairs of eyes looking towards him from the ground. I can't return to Sky Mist City, something flashed past Su Ming's eyes. At that moment, the 4 berserker bones in his body had reached the peak of their power due to the liquefied aura in the passages within his body. His fatigue was gone and his condition had recovered. I can't return to the land of the berserkers for some time, even if 9th Summit is around. I'll very likely cause them trouble, since this matter is too big, the shamans. I have to go to the land of the shamans. Over there, I'll train and refine my body and increase my power. When the catastrophe of the eastern wastelands arrives, the entire land of South Morning will descend into chaos. At that time, there will be very few people who will pay attention to me. A decision immediately formed in Su Ming's heart. I need a chance. I chance to leave this place. The entire battlefield was now swathed in a death-like silence. Only heavy breathing could be heard. By Su Ming's side in the sky, the 10,000 feet deity statue of bone sacrifice who had lost its right arm was slowly vanishing, gradually turning semi-transparent. It looked as if it was about to disappear into the sky. Right at the instant it was about to do so and the sky was about to return to normal, suddenly, a thick layer of black fog that connected the sky shot out from the land belonging to the shamans. That fog tumbled about, and a shocking, piercing shriek came from within it. Then, suddenly, a long spear shot out from within that fog. With a presence so great that it had practically never been seen before, it rushed forth. Its target was not Su Ming, but the deity statue of bone sacrifice that was about to disappear right beside him.